lifestyle medicine. And I'm here to actually teach as well as learn from you all basic concept about why lifestyle is important and why we have problem dealing with lifestyle change. It is simple because myself, I went through this 5 years ago, and I basically want to teach everybody my experience, what I went through. I was with like everybody else, trying to keep up with the stress of daily work between my professional life as well as all personal matters. And we are in this cycle, but we don't pay attention to ourselves. So I want to get your attention for a few minutes to think about one thing. What will happen if our health is getting worse or is worsened and we suffer from a lot of health problems? Who will be suffering? Us. If we improve it, who will get benefit? Us. So let's take that journey with me 5 years back when I used to be 100 pounds overweight and I worked with my lifestyle. So for me, this was eye opening, and I would like to share that with everybody. People think it is very hard, but actually it is very simple. Most of answers lies within us. It's we never pay attention. So just for a change, just think of there is brain in we have in the skull. It has hunger center, appetite center, and our body has so many neurons in the gut, and it is lining. And there are two brains, I would say, one brain up here and the other brain is the gut brain. So I'm sure a lot of people thought that when we are looking at the food, the body already prepares to digest it, and we start feeling that we have to eat and keep eating. Now there lies a problem. So it's not problem with certain diet, it is problem with thinking. So if you are going to take a break and think of one reason that you have to really finish all your food in one setting, that's where the problem is. So try to cut that down. All we have to do is control a little bit. Stop before you start throwing up or you are filled up to here. Why it's important? Because many reasons, like I said, there are neurons in the stomach too, and they give signal to the brain that we have stopped or we are full. But you can also give that signal to yourself and say, no, I'm done with eating. So eat and drink water, but do not fill your stomach with all food. Very basic concept. Practice that, and I will go a little bit more deeper on that. The other thing is sleep. Sleep is keystone of our life. It is very important to understand that. Imagine when we don't sleep well, guess what will happen? We'll be very sleepy next day, whether it's a quality issue or quantity issue. It is very, very important to understand that because it's going to impact our appetite, and we'll be carb craving and we'll be looking for sweets, and carbs tend to be stimulating to brain. So as a result, we keep on stimulating lot to get more activity. As a result, we are gaining weight. This cycle goes back and forth. Lack of good quality of sleep and also quantity, very important, is going to matter because it is going to control your appetite, your behavior, and not to mention, if we don't have energy, then how can we exercise? So, what are the keys to better lifestyle? Diet, waking up on time, and sleeping enough hours, making a discipline. I always tell everybody, look at the birds. They don't are not on medication for sleep. If you try to feed them in the evening, they don't want to eat more. They are very well regulated. So all comes down to a little bit regulation, and of course go out, enjoy, walk, do anything, but get that positive energy. Take care. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. And today we are honored with again our great author, Nicole, with us. How are you, Nicole?
I'm wonderful. Happy Valentine's Day. How are you?
Happy Valentine's Day. I was on this day, I was thinking about your book because it is such a nice romantic story. And I thought, what a best way to celebrate Valentine's Day is messages to chat with you and kind of get you more insight to your book, and let's have people read more of your book.
I would always love more people to read my book and the
Okay.
books to follow as well. Do love
Yeah.
to write about romance. Um, it's a subject that I enjoy reading, and I think the way that I depict romance in my writing is enjoyable to others. So far, I've heard.
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing. I said sometimes, when how it is narrated and how it's depicted really resonates because the stories are not new, of course. Love, romance is kind of universal language, always will be there. But how we narrate and how we
Mhm.
say it, and how people understand, that's going to make a big difference, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Um,
tell me your any thoughts on Valentine's Day. Any what did you how did you celebrate your Valentine?
I've received a bunch of really lovely, heartwarming messages from friends across the country, um, and I've sent out a few myself. I honestly, I was so embroiled in work today that I forgot all about it until I started getting pings on my phone. Um, it's a pandemic and I'm single, so it's not like I'm out there making romance happen for myself at the moment, other than on the pages. So I've been putting together a follow up to the the current book that's out right now. Something that can be out in the next 2 weeks. It's a journal. It's a travel journal with the same motif and cover as the book, but it also has bonus deleted scenes,
Oh,
and they're fun and they're saucy and they got cut from the book, but they stand alone very well. So I thought I'd give them their day to shine and also get a fun Vegas travel journal for cookie people like me who like to do stuff like that. So
so you said
it's basically.
so you're saying it has deleted scenes?
Yeah, I put in the deleted scenes, and I also um, every few pages have a scene from the Vegas
Wow.
scenario in the book, and then I pose a writing prompt based on, like, what was your game in Vegas? Did you meet anybody interesting? Did you go out with your friends? Where did you go? What was your funniest experience?
Hmm.
Basically, so people can recall their visit and their trip, and have fun journaling about it.
Hmm. And so also I've been to Vegas many times, but I always kind of wanted to know what people usually do. They just spend most of time in those slot machines, or do they really go out?
There's so many different kinds of Vegas people. There's the slot machine people. There like me, I like to go see a show. I like to eat out at Top Chef restaurants. I like to gamble. I like to visit with friends. I like to meet new people. I like to go
Mhm.
dancing. So
Oh
like
wow.
I like to go to museums. Yeah, I like to go to the aquarium. I like all of Vegas, all of it. So I get a little bit of it everything
Mhm.
when I go. I make sure I jump off the stratosphere for a little thrill seeking and adrenaline. It always gives me a charge for the weekend. So that's the first thing I do when I go there. And then hit the room, get changed, meet the girls out for cocktails, and off to a show we go. And then wine the and then dinner and then gambling until we're exhausted and then wake up and do it all over again. But there's also people that go out just to play the slots. There's people that go out just to golf. There's people that go out just to see a concert. There's, people who want to sit in a spa all day. There's all kinds of Vegas people out there.
So it's
I
not
love them
a
all.
limit. Yeah. So it's good to actually try a different variety. What I liked the most was, of course, I like the musical. I think at that time the musical was being played by what's her name, female singer. She has, song "Heart Goes On." I forgot her name.
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
She
Yeah,
was at
Celine
the
Dion.
yeah, she was at Caesars for a while,
Yeah, she's
and yeah, she was at the Coliseum.
yeah.
Hmm.
So I'm a big fan of her. So I want to catch her shows, and then um, for me, I'm not a slot person. I think it's useless. So, but I like the ice cream. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Caesar. I think there was a place there. They had the ice cream. They make this, put a lot of fruits in it, and I loved it. How the ice cream was. So I know if after that I came here and I tried to find, I couldn't find them. Then the nearest is probably Cold Stone, but I don't know if you ever had Cold Stone ice cream. But Vegas ice cream was stuck in with me. I mean, restaurants are great. I think I
That's what
enjoy
stuck with
more.
you from Caesar's Palace.
Yeah,
That's so
that's
funny.
yeah, I know.
I
That's the
mean,
only
you walk into Caesar's Palace and there's Roman figures walking around with men walking around with skirts on, barely big enough to cover themselves, and there's a statue of David that's you know
yeah.
100
But
feet high, and there's
the
Cleopatra
only
goes
thing
by.
I have then I think I went to but I really liked I mean you could the advantage is you could go out late night and you could go
Mm.
between all the
I've
different areas, so that was nice. It was like reminded me of New York. New York, you can go
I
even
love New
middle of
York.
night. Yeah, I know. So you can go in middle of night and then you can just go to, Broadway or whatever. But shows, I
Mhm.
think musical, I love musicals. So I think music is great. But the other thing I like most was, I know rest of the Vegas is like just a district, which is really nice. But beyond that, there's not much, right?
My best friend
Once,
lives out there, and he's looking to. There's good real estate going on out there right now. The bubble I hear is about to burst, and he's about ready to buy, and I'm excited for him. I know a lot of people who've picked up real estate out there. I'm out in Southern California. The real estate out here is crazy. It's so expensive. So a lot of people that I know are moving out to Las Vegas to,
Mhm,
work and buy property.
mhm.
Which is once I start traveling again, which is great because I'll be able to see my friends more often. I do tend to go to Vegas at least once a year. When I was younger, I used to go a lot. It's only a 4.5 hour drive from San Diego. and an hour
Oh,
plane ride. So it's very accessible to get there. It's a hop, skip, and a jump. You're there in a couple of hours. So it, and it's not expensive to get there. And if you know what you're doing, you can figure out a way to stay there without breaking the bank. If that's you just want to get away for the weekend.
mm. And I think the other time we did was MGM golf. We played 3 days golf, 18 holes, and it was crazy, crazy, crazy.
Hot?
I would never go
Was
again.
it hot?
Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, it's not only hard, but like, just 3 days, just golf. Oh, I can't imagine. But they said, Tiger Woods used to come there like that, and he would have all kind of non-golf activities. So, the caddy would give all kind of details about that. It's funny. It's funny. I know how true is that. People make up stories, so I don't know. So, but
I
golf was.
maybe I'll write a book. Maybe I'll write a book just solely based on all of my Vegas experiences. I've
Yeah,
had some
that
crazy
would be.
ones.
So that's what I'm saying.
It,
Vegas is by itself, you can write a lot about, because there's so many activities and they're different.
mhm.
People who golf there, they just don't have any idea about rest of the golf. So, whoever was in the group, 72 of us, and that they were all golfers. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I can't believe that the only thing was golf. 3 days, 3 days. Nothing else. So,
That
but
sounds
since
awful.
yeah, but that was my first and last trip for golf. I
Sounds
will
just
never.
oh, it sounds awful.
Oh yeah,
I
no.
like to I like I've gone to Vegas by myself on several occasions. I've gone out there for a wedding or something and just gone out alone, and of course my friends are there and meet up with people, but a lot of times we're staying at different hotels all over the place, and sometimes you're just left to your own devices, and the people I've met and the experiences I've had have been amazing, and I miss
Mhm.
it. I wish we could travel again, but
Yeah.
soon. I could really use a weekend away.
Well, I
I think we
think
all could, right?
once you all get vaccinated, probably things will go down in terms of
I can't
numbers.
wait.
So
Mhm.
so I hope people get get this curve down first, and then get immunized, and then hopefully we'll all be able to enjoy, things we used
Yeah.
to do so much. So tell me, so far, what has happened since we discussed last time your book? I know you said you're gonna bring to part two or extended version with a lot of deleted scenes and is bonus tracks or bonus pages or bonus chapters in it, right?
There's just a deleted scene. It's a very long one. And it
Mm,
slowed the progress of the book, but it was a very good standalone scene, and it's very saucy, and it's very funny, and um I just felt so bad leaving it out of the book, but it just worked better without it. So I decided to um, do the Vegas travel journal, and and it's the same cover. It has the same cover as Sophia Madison in The Voice Within. This blue cover back here
mm,
that says "Welcome to Las Vegas" on it, and the bonus for the travel journal, is that there's a deleted scene in there, and I think people will really like it. It's a lot of fun. It's called Girls Night Out, an evening with the thunder from down under. So
oh
happy
my God.
Valentine's Day, ladies.
Oh wow, wow.
That's
So
coming your way.
we got the inner scoop. You have to see the watch it or imagine it. It's down under. So that is really nice. Oh wow, unbelievable. So what was the logic or thinking behind leaving it first time? Nicole, can you hear us?
It just slowed down. Yeah, yeah, you're frozen,
Oh,
but I can
sorry.
hear you.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, the the reason I left it out is because it slowed the plot down, and
No.
it was in the very beginning of the book, and it just it prevented the reader from getting to the inciting incident in a proper, timely manner. So I took it out. I just plucked it out, and I said, maybe I'll put this in the back of the book because it's so much fun. And that's an idea. I might just do that actually. Thank you. Maybe I'll just do that.
What idea for putting about Vegas, or why the scene was deleted? Nicole, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You said idea about what about the scene being deleted, or about?
You know what? You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I said you were telling about you got the idea about it.
I was thinking maybe I'll just put. I can always because I'm an independent published book. I can always add it to the back of the book as like an epilogue or something.
Oh, that's nice.
That would be fun for the readers.
Yeah, that would be fun.
But I'd rather tease them. I'd rather tease them with the journal.
That's true. That's always good. So tell us anything which you did not publish or is not in deleted scene, but now it comes to your mind. Some of those, maybe some which you can share. Any memories?
I don't understand your question. Sorry.
I said
it's still cutting out a little bit. So
yeah. No, I said you had some of the deleted scenes, and then of course rest you have mentioned. But are there any scenes or thoughts you have now which you think we can, audience can get scoop of?
There's one more scene that actually didn't get written, and I completely it just didn't fit either, and it was just an idea for a scene from an experience that really happened. And there were restaurants in Las Vegas owned by Hubert Keller, and one of them was called Fleur. The other one was Burger Bar, and they he decided not to reopen them, sadly, after the pandemic. I think he's going on another journey in his life. Uh-oh, we have bark dogs over here. Hey, stop it. We're going to have to edit that out.
That's okay. Don't worry. That's a small thing.
Anyway, as I was saying about Hubert Keller, he's on his probably on a new journey. And I'm a huge fan of his. I used to watch him on the Top Chef shows as a judge, and I'm close with the artist who provides some of the art that hangs in his restaurants. And so it's always just such an experience for me. I get the food, I get the wine, I get the art, and I've always had these fantastic experiences, just so memorable, just glittering memories. And there was an item on the menu called the $5,000 burger.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear that.
Yeah, the $5,000 burger comes with it's a burger with foie gras and gold leaf and truffle and you name it, it's got it on there. And let me tell you, we ordered it and it was delicious. And
Wow.
It comes with a bottle of wine that's I think it's called Petrus. I don't know how to say it. The bottle of wine is actually the major money that's why it cost you $5,000. But to order the burger was like $75. It was pricey for a burger, but it gave you a bit for your buck anyway. And it was just it was decadent and luxurious, and if you ever said that about a burger before, you're crazy. So we did order it that one time, and it was amazing, and I didn't end up getting to write about it, and I do like to describe some of the places I go to and dine, and they show up in my writing and these amazing experiences I have. Um, and that's one I think I can still put together and maybe put in the journal as a deleted scene or a forgotten scene.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that would be fun.
yeah, that is I mean, I find it very interesting, especially knowing it's $5,000. Oh my God, but $75 is pretty high price. Is beyond the McDonald's or any food chain, fast food
It was
budget.
it was an experience. It was an experience, and it was worth it. It was really great.
Okay, so
So
and
sometimes you just have to splurge.
I agree with. So, but it is funny. You were saying that all I remember about Caesars was ice cream, and you remember about how they were dressed. That was funny.
And
See, that's a different.
I
That's
like
a different.
Caesars because yeah, a
Yeah,
different take on it, right?
yeah, yeah.
I like to go see Rod Stewart at the
Oh, yeah.
Coliseum.
That's my
He's had a show running there, and
favorite. Oh,
he's my favorite entertainer. I love him.
oh
I
my
love
God.
him.
Yeah,
I've
he's.
met him. I love him. He's a cool cat, and um uh I don't know.
Yeah.
Meeting
His
always
music.
stuck with me. I met him when I was in my 20s,
Oh my
but
God, I can't
I've
believe it.
loved him since I was a little kid, like 8 years old. I loved him. So
Wow.
I never miss him when he comes to San Diego, and it's a quick trip out to Vegas if he's got a show going, and it's worth it. He does such a great job. He hasn't missed a step. He's still rocking and rolling. So
Oh,
I can't wait
he
to
looks
see him
amazing.
again too.
He looks
Hmm?
amazing. Yeah, I say he still looks amazing.
He does. He looks. Well,
Yeah.
he's an athlete, so he's kept up with his soccer, and he plays well. Information I know from many moons ago, he played on a private team,
Hmm.
and so like in this league, and they would play other teams, and that's how I met him. One of my employers ran the private soccer field that he was using to play this game, and it was very exclusive. There weren't a lot of like bystanders or people. It was just these guys playing this game, and it was I got to watch Rod Stewart play soccer right in front of me. Boom, and then he came over and
Wow.
said hi, and we all got invited down to Croce's for dinner.
Wow.
Um, and they wouldn't let us. It's like we got invited by his crew, and they wouldn't let us in like we were groupies. And so I texted the guy that was in there I was supposed to meet, and I said, meet us over at the Martini Lounge. Boy, I'm dating myself. In San Diego, we had a place called the Martini Lounge downtown. It was a lot of fun, and we all ended up dancing all night long. Rod Stewart went home with his beautiful wife, and the rest of us, all the soccer players and engineers and everybody who was there, having dinner with him, met us at the Martini Ranch, and we had a great time partying with the Rod Stewart crew. It was really fun.
Wow. I mean, Rod Stewart is amazing. I think it's all the songs I can remember. I've been also listening for him long time. I think he's one of the first few, beside Brian Adams, Scorpions, which I started listening to music actually. Um, and of course, Tina
Hmm.
Turner, for all-time favorite. But these are the British singers, and they were really amazing. Both Tina Turner and I think. So, which one is your favorite of Rod Stewart?
Right now, oh my God. I have so many, but right now, for some reason, some guys have all the luck is in
Forever
my
Young.
head.
Forever Young.
And what?
Forever
Forever
Young.
Young's a good one too. I love that one. Infatuation's my favorite.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Mine was Forever Young, and then
Or
this
Do You Think
Four
I'm Sexy? Don't get me started.
What did you say? You didn't see that?
I said, or Do You Think I'm Sexy? That was my favorite when I was a kid, and I got
Yeah.
in big
Yeah. That.
trouble
Oh.
singing that
Oh.
singing that
Oh.
into a
Yeah.
hairbrush when I was 7. Not exactly
Oh, now you
appropriate.
can sing it loud. That's fine. I said now you can sing it. Nobody will say anything to you. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think, but his voice quality, I love how he sings. It's just amazing, and that all his songs were amazing. And well, it was nice talking to you. I think you should really write a book about Vegas. I mean, you have such a vocabulary and
Well,
encyclopedia.
I already have
So
an encyclopedia of experiences with no chronological order or sense, just one crazy Vegas experience after another. That would be fun. I'm getting so much older, but they're all still in there.
yeah, so secrets to successful Vegas. Don't just eat ice cream and don't just play golf if you were watching my show then, but if you're watching
You
Nicole's,
blew it.
then you have a life and you really enjoy Vegas. Okay. So it's always pleasure talking to you, Nicole. You take care and good luck on your book. Check her website, and she is going to definitely give an update about all the deleted scene and so forth. So check her book out
Here
again,
it
and
is.
Sophia
Welcome to
Madison.
Las Vegas.
Yes, she will be
Sophia
soon.
Madison
I
and the
can.
Voice Within.
One day she'll be mayor of Las Vegas. I can tell you. You will be mayor of Las Vegas one day, right? Okay. Okay,
Oh, I
Nicole.
want that
Uh,
job.
thank you for coming to our show. Take care. Yeah, happy Valentine's Day.
Okay, you too.
Take
Dog barking.
care. Okay.
Stop.
Good morning.
Thank you, Dr. Moby, for being my VIP or VIG, very important guest for this Valentine Day special. And without further ado, I like to tell the listeners and the viewers, you're tuning in to Dr. Moby and Vicky. I've got a few questions for Dr. Moby, and then your analysis of a case study. Tapping onto you and your long-term relationship. Firstly, of course, I'd like you to tell us, do you have a message for us on Valentine's Day? I would like you to focus today on mature, seasoned relationships. And one of the questions are, how do we revive old, tired relationships? What are your top 3 tips to keep a seasoned relationship alive? And for the generation of the 90-day fiance, do you think it works? Or how can we make it work in a world like so fast paced? We don't have time to meet people. We only have got like a window period of 90 days. How can we make that work? And also long distance relationship. Is it something that is set up to fail? So with these few questions, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Moby for the next 30 minutes. It's such a pleasure to have him. He's such a big celebrity. I'm kind of jittery and nervous to have him on. Because it's so seasoned. I'm such a novice in this industry. So, Dr. Moby, do you have the message for us today before we go into the questions?
Oh, thank you for asking all those questions, and thank you, Vicky. Vicky is always such energetic and full of life, and if you watch her episode, she gets us going, and makes us all. We can all feel in her energy, and
Thank you.
we pray that she keeps on doing this great, amazing work. And you are so much you got so much love and respect from all of us, so keep up the good work. So I will always say that.
Thank you. From
So
Singapore. From Singapore.
for Singapore, for all over the world, I mean,
Yeah.
imagine you are in Singapore, I'm in US, and then look at, we are connecting, and so it is a blessing that we could do that, right? So, and not only that, but also kind of make good changes to everybody's life. I mean, your show is talk about life. You talk about so many things. You talk about
Yeah.
faith. You talk about, it's such amazing job you're doing. So keep it up, and I'm so happy for you.
Thank you, Dr. Moby.
Regarding your
Learning along
question,
the way. What's your
yeah.
message for us today for Valentine's Day?
The message of Valentine Day is always going to be love and honesty, because, those are the two biggest things we all need. Imagine, any relationship, whether being husband, wife, whether being lover, or whether being friend, has to rely on honesty. So if you're not honest about your relationship, it's a sadness is that those time can change, but the principles never change. Life is actually built on very simple principle of love, trust, and honesty, respect for each other, and those are never going to be out of fashion. They no matter what happens, it will be 2050 or 2070, but if those, we cannot get rid of those. So that is very important. It's like I think a lot of faith and religion are also based on love, respect, and honesty, and taking care of each other in need of and basically those principles are never going to change for no one, right?
Yeah.
So
The
imagine,
basic principle.
imagine it'll be, and we can have all kind of with technology we'll see more robots and everything. I'm sure it won't be far away when people will have pets, robots, right? So
Yeah.
they will follow, but they cannot give you love. I mean, they can follow
Yeah.
your commands, but they cannot give us love. So love is something which we humans or animals can show.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Dr. Moby, Valentine's Day in Singapore, some people extend it just love in general, not just romantic love between man and a woman. Nowadays it's with the same gender. Expressing love is so important, and I just want to share with you a little bit. To also share this message of love that you're talking about in this very special day for Valentine's Day. In Singapore, Valentine's Day, there people are celebrating it between mother and daughter, parents and child, just in a very general way, not in a romantic kind of way. So this is somehow we kind of take it to another level. And I remember, in a very Asian society like we are in Singapore, in the Asian context, love is a hard word to say. It's very hard for us to actually express, to say the three words like I love you.
Yeah.
And when it comes to even like a Western educated, like people like our generation, yourself as a doctor, myself, having a business background, when it comes to us, I'm not sure about you, me saying that even to my mother, even when she was still here with us, it is something that is unthinkable. Is that difficult for you and your culture, your family culture?
And that's a very good question. that Asian cultures. I'm from Pakistan, and you're from Singapore, and of course, over the years, I've been now here in US for many years. And what has changed in the culture? When I was growing up, did we celebrate Valentine's? No, you know. And absolutely, we even now they do over there a lot. But when I was growing up, we never saw Valentine's celebration. Then the question is, we have different celebrations, but we don't have where there's expression of love like this, whether it's between husband wife, whether it's between anyone. I think in Asian culture is considered more taboo type, to even
Yeah.
express those feelings. I mean, they do actually have feeling. I shouldn't say that. They have feelings, but they express it in poetic way. So you will write a
Poetic way. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So
Okay.
you will write a poetry about beauty of eyes, and how you interact, or when you first saw somebody. It's more romantic, and it is more absolutely full of literature. If you look at the famous these poets also from Asian, and
Mm.
they have such a great language, and also look at the poems, and so poetic expressions
Mm.
are there. I mean, famous stories about love are actually, if of course, Indian history too, then Taj Mahal, those
Yeah.
type they are, of course they are there, they always had love, but
Mm.
they would never say just for one day that this day is going
Yeah.
to be, we will express. They
Yeah.
will continuously express throughout.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so my point is they don't have a day usually.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so basically they would still express everything, do what
Yeah.
is, but to have a specific day where they're going to get flowers, or they will
Yeah.
express that's not part of the
Yeah.
culture.
Yeah, and Dr. Moby, I'd like to bring this topic about love on this special occasion to put it into a context of culture,
Mhm.
to kind of like juxtapose the traditional classical way of expression versus modern or Western way of expression, and like your view on it. In a very even within my family. We show our love, like what you say, in a different way, not on a daily basis, not in a way that we articulate I love you. We will, for me, I would show my love through giving her the money. I will give her like a pocket money. I will give her like, money on Mother's Day, money every month. It's an expression of love, because money represents like your hard work, your blood, and your sweat. Certain culture expresses it differently. Some people give it as give it as flowers. But do you think that the articulation of it, which is such a taboo thing in a very reserved culture, whether it's from your family, my family, or even in a very modern society, the articulation of it in a way that is verbal, do you think that is something that is also meaningful, significant, or do you think that the action of it um, is important? So, what is your take on it for having this juxtaposition of cultural expression of love?
So different cultures have different expression, as you're right. Some would send money, some would just maybe cook food, maybe food is another one, big one
Yes.
in our culture. If you have a guest, or if you have loved ones, even when they visit, or when they, and if you don't kind of cook a big meal, or it's like considered like they don't really care about us, or they don't love us. So I'm sure with your mom also you had memories of uh, eating together, or she making breakfast for you, or you are getting some gift for her, something nice she likes. So those
Mm,
like a clothes or so I would buy for my parents something, maybe
mm,
their dress. So
mm,
sure, and for Valentine's sake, the love is not only between husband and wife; it's also between friends, and also can be with any
mm,
gender, and also can be your parents, your loved ones, your brothers, sisters, could be anyone. I mean, it is
mm,
not just it's just kind of expression of love, in my opinion. So I think yeah, there are different forms, so our culture is probably more of eating, some exchange of money. Sure, they do. Does the amount of money matter? No.
mm,
Should it
mm.
be that it has to spend this much? Not really. But
Yeah.
sometimes just visiting, sometimes talking to
Mm,
nicely to
mm,
uh, you know
mm.
roses were never that you have to give roses, for sure, not really.
Yeah.
So I think if you now roses, Valentine, I mean,
Mm.
I don't disagree. This is one way of culture. I mean, I love, in my opinion, any expression of love
Any
is
expression.
is acceptable, and it's not only acceptable, it's actually preferred.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to question is, if you don't express, what happens if we don't express anything,
Yes.
you know
Yeah.
um, then that's how the humans communicate,
Yes.
that we have to have some kind of expression, whether language, whether communication, whether some signs. So
Mm.
maybe looks, maybe the way you look at, and maybe with your eyes, maybe non-verbal
Mm.
communication, right? It could be non-verbal communication too, but we need
Yeah.
some kind of sign, we need some kind of communication
Yeah.
to.
And I like to challenge Dr. Moby to this the next question. Yeah, in my culture where I'm brought up, there's always this colloquial saying like, okay, in a dialect, I'm gonna translate it into English. Um, uh, when you beat a child, you show love. When you scold a child, you show love. And that's the thinking of the tiger moms and the tiger dads, even in those days and even in these days. And you've got cases whereby parents aren't able to show love, and they are not loving because they are the parent that are strict. They are the parent, and I've seen a lot of such cases. They are the parent who expects a lot from the child, like they have to get 100 marks for this subject, 100 marks for that subject, and if they don't, the child goes through a lot of kind of punishment and all this. There is a kind of love now that you look at it, and we talk about that kind of love. Now, that kind of love it still exists.
Hmm.
I would say that I would call that as classical method of love, whereby the love is expressed in a different way. And of course, modern love, whereby uh, I would say that nowadays, like parents are just like giving the iPhones, the latest board games, the latest Game Boy, the latest gadgets and all this. Dr. Moby, what is your take on that tiger moms and the tiger dads who are so strict, but they also raised a generation of children who are disciplined, giving results, and then having something to show as a record at the end of the children's lives. They say, because they have been so strict. So, what's your take on these schools of thought that is really very current in the parents' talk sphere these days?
Hmm. And that is a very good question. So a lot of Asian parents, they have, I call them tough love, but they would not actually, yeah, they would not spoil. So when I was growing up, our parents basically, they were not tough love, but they would not spend a lot of money on things. So I wasn't watching TV. We were just playing amongst each other. We would not buy expensive clothes, we would not have anything expensive. We would just focus on studies, they would say, study or work hard. So basically, those are we keep on doing because, is it? Right now I see that even here, the very successful
Mm.
people adopt that. They, all the really good families, which I know very well affluent families, who really know how to take care of their kids. They don't please their kids with money. They don't shower money a lot. They're not going to buy them gadgets. They're not going to buy them a lot of stuff. They say, no, you have to earn that or work for it, and then you will appreciate the value of it, and then just focus on your career. And so I have still seen that, and the results are still going to be the same. When it comes to kids, it is a very delicate,
Very delicate.
yeah, I would say, show them lot of love, show them, yeah, don't, be kind to them, because that's how they learn kindness, and they learn, the expression. But tell them, no, it is wrong. You're going to do it once you reach certain level. Okay.
Yeah, and I
So,
would like to also throw Dr. Moby this scenario because I really want your view of the world to share with all of us. Bring this forward to teacher and student relationship. And in those days, right, good teachers in those days are characterized. I mean, in my view, are characterized by teachers who are extremely strict and the parents allow them to use the cane. I mean, those is those days that I watched the old movies, and I still remember my time whereby I came from a school whereby teachers are extremely strict, and they will punish the student if the student does go anyway in terms of behavior or in terms of results that did not meet the expectation of the teacher. And then looking it on the other side of education, um, whereby we do it in the other continuum, speaking to the child, giving them as much as liberty and freedom, and respecting the child, and not trying to impose your views and your take on the child. Now, I would like to tap your mind. Number one, how do we have a meeting point, and what's the pros and cons of each, and what kind of generation of people that they have groomed? Do you think that you belong to the first or the second letter kind of teacher if you're a teacher right now?
over the years, I remember, those teachers, not the one who would, be hard, but the one who had really paid attention to our needs, or at least try to teach us. So, I have a lot of them to share, and I have a lot of respect for them. Wherever they are, they kind of, I give you example of, I mean, I actually, I'm also a pilot. Okay, and I am afraid of heights. Okay, and so if I go to a tall building, of course I can, but I can fly the plane. Okay, and the reason is because one of the great reason is because my teacher was such an amazing person. God
Mm.
bless him. His name was Jim, and uh, I cannot believe that in my life I would have learned or gone near a plane if he was not my teacher.
Mm.
Amazing person. So first day I walked to him and I said, Jim, how are you? I'm trying to learn the plane. Okay, let's go. We had a little briefing. So he smiled and he said, let's go. And I said, should I go in the plane? He said, yeah, let's go. And we went there, and he did not make me feel even once that I don't know anything or I have to learn a lot, which I knew I had to.
Mm.
But he said, okay, let's turn it on like you turn on your car. And I said, okay, I will do. And he said, these are things. Okay, we are going to do like this, and just focus straight. Don't keep looking up and straight. And then he was so gentle. It's just not even once he said, "Oh, you're dummy," or "you're doing wrong." So, and I after that we took off, and of course he was next seat, and he was just so calm. And I said, "What, Jim? What are you supposed to do next?" And he said, "Do this, do this, do that." But he's such in control and everything. I mean, we're flying, and I looked at him. He's 55-year-old, and of course at that time I was way younger than this. So I said, "Jim, what if we gonna crash or something?" He said, "No, no, nothing will happen." He was so calm for his stand. There's
Calm teacher.
nothing that I would say to that would irritate him, or
Mm.
should. So he was in full control. And this guy had 25 years being in Air Force pilot, mechanic. He had
Mm.
a lot of experience in his belt. Question is, when teachers are real teachers, they
Mm.
don't make you feel very nervous. They encourage you.
Mm. Okay.
The human brain is very unique. Imagine when we were kids. If we fall many times, right?
Mm.
Fall many times. But if somebody said, you don't even know how to, crawl or do, that would have really hurt us. Whether it would have delayed our progression, at
Yeah.
least mine. But because there was positivity, whenever kid falls, people say, "Oh, no, no, no," they clap. "Oh, no, very nice, keep going, keep going." Guess what they do again? And then they might fall again, or they get up and they never fall again. So I think life is like that. The
Mm.
human brain is kind of takes positivity in it to a different level, totally different level. And
I
then
would like to. Yeah.
go ahead.
I would like to bring Dr. Moby to your memory. We talked about parents' show of love in a different way, different cultures, different country. They are all different. Verbalizing it, non-verbalizing, and giving of gift, cooking of food, etc. etc. Are you able to describe one incident in your memory whereby your parent, either dad or mom, has imprinted you that particular action showed love?
Okay. No, my mom and my parents both actually are always very positive interaction. They never actually did anything. I mean, the only thing they would be, you can tell from the mood actually that they are upset.
Tell from the
So,
move,
so I mean, from the looks of
from
my
the eyes.
yeah, that she's upset. I mean, they would
Mm,
not do anything. They worked hard. I mean, we were, in kind of average family. We had a lot of kids, brothers,
mm,
sisters, but we never had a lot of money or but we always shared. We always
mm,
shared, and we never ever thought that basically we have to have so much money or anything, because we all worked hard. I mean,
mm,
so and learned and kind of focused on the education, and that's why I have a lot of brothers sisters who are all professional, because the reason is because they all parents, especially moms, put a lot of
mm,
emphasis on our education.
mm,
My mom is a competitive person, so she would always infuse and ask us,
mm.
oh, whether you came first in the class or not. She was more oriented,
Competitive.
very competitiveness. So which is not good, which is not bad in that sense, because she didn't want us to look behind. She always has these stories that you have to keep working hard and just
Mm,
be best at what you do.
mm,
If you have difficulties in life, keep moving. So
mm,
that's what I think it was infused from day one. I was infused
mm.
imprinted in my brain that I will be doctor from the day I could understand any single word.
Wow.
So
That's a life calling.
yeah, so then you are imprinted with the positivity.
Mm.
And my mom, of course, she sacrificed all her life still. She would not buy expensive things, no brands. She's not interested at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Because she said,
Great
no,
woman.
I mean, now she can afford anything she wants, but she's not even interested in that. So those are, I think you have to be example. I'm sure you can also. They are not into, that, but they have to infuse that. So if kid
Yeah.
sees that, any kid sees that, they automatically get that message that you have to basically live with that, or at least have those principles in life, right?
Yeah. I do like to bring you to love within the marriage,
Mhm.
a season kind of love. It's such a challenge in the last conversation we had. It's such a challenge for people to be in these pandemic times to be locked down on prolonged period for relationships, whatever is it, children with parents, getting on your nerves, husband and wives getting on their nerves of each other. I just want Dr. Moby, what's your take? Someone has been married for like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and like your parents probably 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. I mean, which is a beautiful thing. I mean, in those movies that we watch, of course, the beautiful thing is that we still see old folks and old couples in their old age, with white hair, wrinkles on their faces. They're still holding hands, walking in the park, and of course juxtapose that with relationships that are uh, has gone cold, which has gone cold and hard. Do you have any tips on uh, reviving seasoned relationships, and any tips in sustaining them?
Mm. Personally, I think we should basically look at how the basic principles are changed or forgotten. So remember those. If you are honest with each other, any relationship can be revived. Anything, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a lover, whether it is husband wife. First principle is always be honest. It
Be
doesn't
honest.
matter if you did a mistake or
Mm,
not. That's not the key. Nobody is
mm,
perfect, right? Honesty is not equivalent to
the key.
perfection. Okay.
Mm,
So, but if you did, but if you if my wife gets upset, sure, if she tells me 10 things and I do 4, then of course she will be upset. That's normal. But I know that I'm sorry, I couldn't do it, right? Or just I don't give kind of same excuses. So, which is maybe the true excuse why I couldn't do it, or maybe I didn't have time. Or
mm,
so, in my opinion, that is the most core principle for any relationship is the honesty. That is its problem. Is if you're not honest about that, then there's no relationship, in my opinion, because then there you can't even trust anything,
yeah,
so but can you still live and hope that somebody will become honest?
mm,
I hope. I mean, I'm a positive person, but I don't know,
mm.
you know but you have to work for it.
Work for it. Yes.
Relationships, like anything, is not automatic. It
Yeah.
is, we have to work on it.
Yeah.
The second is make sure forgive. Okay, forget it.
Forgive.
Yeah, forgiveness is very important, because first of all, everyone is human. If I don't forgive XYZ, then maybe I will be doing mistake too. That person will
Mm,
not
mm,
forgive me either, right? So if you, in my opinion, if you forgive something, you actually release yourself from the
mm,
negativity. Not that you are helping other, actually you're helping yourself.
Yes.
because
Yes.
in your heart or in your brain, you're stuck somewhere. You are stuck there. When we are angry on someone, we are actually stuck ourselves.
Yeah.
I don't think it happens to other person. I mean, other person might not care at all, or might care, but we are stuck emotionally and draining so much energy. That thinking again and again and again, why did this person do that? Why,
Yeah.
how, and all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
To me, that
Yeah.
is kind of, and a lot of heart problems and other issues happen to our body, physical and emotional torture, when we are doing the negative energy. So I will say,
I want to, yeah,
mm,
sorry, Dr. Moby, I would like to ask you, like, in your daily life in maintaining a relationship, is there anything that you do in actionable steps um, on a lifestyle level, on a daily level, on a lifestyle level, that you actually take an extra conscious step to do in order to maintain the freshness of a relationship? Is it something that is hard if it goes throughout the years, the first 10 years, the second 10 years, and then the third 10 years?
I don't think I ever looked at that how many years have passed except for our anniversary. We know, but I think it feels like we met yesterday and just in the same kind of frequency and same kind of thought processing started, and you continue with that. And I would always say that with the only thing is make sure you have time available for each other. I am guilty that, of course, I get carried away busy a lot many
Mm,
times. But I try to kind of find time. I could be a few minutes in a day
mm,
where I want to make sure, even whether you say I love you, that is great, but you want to find out how the other person is doing, if he needs your help, or how the day is going by. Those are
mm,
simple things. I mean,
yeah,
yes, there was time when we would meet at lunch and also, talk. And
mm,
but now, life gets busier, and with COVID,
yeah,
nobody goes out for lunch anyway. And then, but I think you can still check on each other. And my wife is also a physician. I mean, many times she's busy, and we still kind of communicate and say everything is going
communication,
fine. I think it's just checking
expression.
that in my opinion, kind of checks, make sure anybody, first of all, it kind of reassures me that the other person is doing well. And
Yeah.
then, so I think, to me, that's how we believe or keep on doing. And I think, if you are continue to, and for me, it's very important that the other person is like your friend, or you could pretty much share anything you want, and you can say anything. So those are important things, that
Yeah.
you have a trust and faith in each other.
Trust and faith. I would like to uh, challenge Dr. Moby to two real life cases.
Mhm.
Now, I've got a girlfriend. I'm going to relate without names, of course. I've got a girlfriend that I mean, they're at an age of whereby, the career building has taken their time. The life choices, the priorities of life for women has taken a big part of their lives. And when the time comes to they have to get married,
Mhm.
it's suddenly like there's no one there, which is true. Sometimes you just can't find anyone there. And these are real life stories. Um, and and when you do meet someone, right? Number one, you've really lost a lot of time before that because it wasn't part of your priority. You think that your education has brought you to this forefront of the world. It's right for you to pay it forward, to work, and then to bring back the money to build up the family. It's so much in that very Asian context to bring back the money home, right? So a lot of people work in the millennium. A lot of women start working very hard, but after some time they find that hey, they've lost a lot of years behind that, and suddenly no one is there ready for their next life, and because time is lost, and when they meet someone who possibly of a marriageable material, we call it here, you want to kind of like either invest more time in it, which is going to take much more time from a woman's point of view, or you can give yourself that 90-day window, which is now a lot of shows like the 90-day fiance, which is very true. Of course, in the movies they made it so dramatic, to the internet, but in real life, people have this time frame. I'm going to meet this person and invest in just this window of time frame. If it doesn't work, I'm going to move on. So we are being pressed in such contrary position. You lost time, and yet when something comes up, you think you want to work on it. Yet if you work on it more, you're going to miss out Mr. Right, then you're going to miss out Mr. Not Right. It's always that kind of opportunity cost for women. I mean, even for men. This 90-day or X number of day scenario applies to a girlfriend, which is true, and she actually gave 90-day window. To be right, it's actually 99 days, because she said that on the 100th day, you and I, mean a man and a woman, should come together to make a decision. Should we or should we not go to the next more serious stage? Then we get married in the next 100 days. It does happen in a fast-paced society where things are constantly changing. Now, and then I've got another real case whereby these kind of 90-day windows did not work out. Of course, the first case, the way that worked out, because on the 99th day, they decided, yes, we're going to invest into something serious, and then they got married. And it happened just recent in a modern society in Singapore. And of course, juxtapose it with someone who's always looking out, 90 days, 90 days, 90 days. Because it didn't work out, I'm not going to invest in it. I'm going to look out for someone. Because these are real issues of life. We are being pressed for time, because we're compressed in this twilight zone. Work, career, we don't have even time enough for ourselves. And of course, for women, there is also this thing called, the biological clock, etc. So from a man's point of view, Dr. Modi, what's your view of this? What's your comment? I mean, I can't even give you a broad question. Like looking at these two cases, success case versus one that is never been successful. What's your advice if you are a friend of either of these cases?
Those are real stories.
Real.
Are actually practical stories. I would say that's true. A lot of, around me also, I am seeing a lot of these now. There was a time then it was considered maybe few cases, but now we see it every day with changing environment, how we operate and how we do things, how we have relationship. Now the marriage as an institution is going down in terms of the percentages people who are married, with either sex. So that has gone down. People are living unmarried, or they are living single, or they are, question is whether we should have a time frame. And what happens to if somebody is not lucky in that time frame?
Yeah, not lucky.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is, it is, they could be, they need more time. So question, I would always say that, society has these, or there could be internal pressure from the parents, or could be from the family. Especially, I have seen a lot of on our culture, Asian cultures, so they keep preaching for especially for female, but now they are also doing for male, but females
Yeah.
for sure, that oh, your age is going to be this and that. So but for females, I think things have changed now. They are more career oriented, and they want a career, and they want to have a life, and then they want to decide about partner. They can meet somebody at that time. I think,
Mm.
first of all, I would say there's nothing wrong with anyone either way, in my opinion. Okay. So, because the reason is, take care of your health first, take care of yourself. Your priorities has to be, is important. Is you, if your priority is to get married and just have life, by all means pursue that. If your priority is have a job, have a stable income and everything, have a career, by all means do that. Can
Mm.
you mix them together? Sure, you can try. And when we try things, we can be successful or not so successful. Should we have a time frame? I would not. Yes, I understand there's a biological clock running and all that situation, but nowadays we have technology far advanced than that. People have, they've frozen their, sperms or eggs, and then hoping that if they ever get with any relationship, and
Mm.
that they might try that.
Mm.
Absolutely.
Mm.
But bottom line is, you need to be happy. You need to first find what is your happiness lies in. Is your
Yeah.
happiness lying in
Mm.
relationship? Pursue that.
Mm.
If you,
Mm.
so I think most people are, they do wrong, or they are unsure what they want. So, but they are going
I'm
with it.
sure. Yes.
I mean, once you are
Yes.
sure what you want,
Yeah.
then I am pretty sure you will, first of all, you answer yourself what you want. And if you can
Mm.
get that answer right,
Mm.
there will always be somebody who is there. And maybe you never looked at left or right, and then maybe you never thought that was a perfect person. Okay, but that's fine. But the question is, should you, so in my opinion, start with yourself first, identify yourself, see
Mm.
what your priorities are, stick with those, and what makes you happy. So what makes you happy, do that first, and then look for, can you
Yeah.
find someone. Absolutely, my belief is always that there's always someone there for you. What time you meet, it can matter. It can differ. Me and my wife, we didn't meet till late. So it's
Mm.
it's not. I think they used to just. Her friend used to always push her. Oh, your age is getting older and blah blah blah. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because if you are going to meet someone, and you will find all. Have faith. In my opinion, I would say have faith, but take care of yourself. There's no relationship or nothing, even friends. Let's say, forget about love. Let's say if I give you a challenge to find a friend, any friend,
Mm.
in 90 days, real friend, you cannot find.
Right.
And the other person we are trying to do is 90 days, rest of your life you want to spend with that person.
Mm.
What a big
Mm.
decision you have to take.
Yeah.
Best is, I'm sure you have, any person has a lot of friends, so those, but we don't time them. We never have, I've never timed any of my friends. Yes, I can talk to anyone in 90 days. Yes, I don't know whether they'll be my friend for long, but same thing, I think. So we have to be realistic a little bit about that. My
Yeah. Dr. Moby, I'm going to give you another a real case, a real question, bringing you from philosophy point of view to this particular scenario, right? If you are if you are single at your age right now, and you have to go on a date.
hmm
So I'm going to throw you this scenario. Um, You go on the website, you're going to meet someone in one of these technology apps to meet someone. So my question to you is, you meet a very attractive lady. That's the first thing that attracts the mind. And of course, the sign says that the eyes are the first thing that attracts, right? You're going to see someone, a very attractive lady, and you go on a date. And you kind of like feel that, hey, wow, she's beautiful, she's good, and she's hot, and she can really talk, and she's got all my characteristics. But I'm going to ask you, Dr. Moby, to be the honest part of your heart. And if she's so beautiful, she's like meeting all your criteria to be to have a serious relationship. Two questions. If other men start looking at her, right? What's your reaction in your mind? She's going out for dinner, etc. And if you feel that she is of your wife material, we're talking about real life now. Does it put you backwards because she is of she's got the full package, and she's attractive, and she's attracting other people's attention. Now, these two questions, they are real. And what do you do if you are a single man out there now, and you are looking for someone who is what I've described? Is it a struggle, or is it a natural selection?
Okay, so your question is, would that attract us? Would that kind of complete our relationship, or make a deal, or make us make our final decision? So what your question is, if somebody is attractive and we
Other
are
men
on
are
a date,
looking.
yeah, and would that convince me to make up, and other men are looking, would that help me, or in a way hurt me to make a decision? Right, if that's your question. Personally, I think, that's my opinion, beauty is in the eye of beholder. So it is not, everybody's criteria is different. There are turn on one, someone turn off one. I agree with that part, that men are more looking, and that, but the criteria is totally different. Nobody looks, in my opinion, nobody looks at a book picture or perfect picture. No one is perfect, actually. So yeah, in my opinion, I think it's a chemistry. It is how they interact, and I think there's a verbal message, and then there is a non-verbal message. So there is so if, yes, the look can be great, and people, it might find the first kind of criteria, but as soon as that person talks and then sits for few minutes, you get the idea is going to last longer now. Because I mean, a lot of people are very attractive, and people look at them, but do you make them your partner? Not really. Sad but true. Um, I think it comes down to when they start talking, when they start interacting, then your brain reads, yes, meets the first criteria, but then guess what? To continue any relationship, you need a lot of things to kind of attract you. Yes, can you be in love with first sight and be spend rest of your life on that kind of image only? I mean, you can, but the problem is that with age, with time, things change. Things change, and that might not be as attractive as you think. It could change in next year, or 2 years from there, and that person might be not. So I think, for me, and relationships are kind of little more on, has to be on more solid ground. Can you have few days relationship short term? Sure, those are, in my opinion, chemistry for short term, not for long term. For
Chemistry
long
short
term,
term.
yeah. Remember, there is, I always say that, you have to look at exactly what kind of things you want. If you are looking for marriage, if you're
Yeah.
looking
Yeah.
for stability, remember there was a time when people used to say, if you want to find a good girl, go to church. Remember that? Remember that? So,
Yeah. Go to the
so then,
temple, go to the church, go to
yeah,
the
yeah,
mosque. Look for a good
yeah,
girl.
yeah, go to church, go to mosque, go to. Reason was that very simple. If you really want to
Mm.
find somebody good, if you want to have a good time, go to bar. Sure, you know.
Mm.
So the question is, I always say, it is like the model, because whatever we create or whatever we entice other, we find the same kind of answers.
The same
So
good time.
yeah, so if we go to bars, we are going to find that kind of personalities. There is nothing to do with bar. People, there are good people there too. What I'm saying is they're looking for doing different things. If you meet somebody in church or mosque or temple, they have kind of
Mm.
different set of rules. So that's, in my opinion, that depends on what are you looking for, or what are you throwing things to get a bait, or get same way. So that is why it's very important. A lot of in our culture also, actually, it's very interesting. Lot of in our culture used to entice think families by throwing lot of money. So
Mm.
they would emphasize on having a big house, fancy
Mm.
car,
Mm.
and, and giving lot of money. So to people visiting for. So guess what will happen if you are throwing lot of money to attract someone? Guess what will happen? You are going to attract greedy people,
Mm.
right?
True. True. Yeah.
So
So,
if
Dr.
somebody,
Moby, yeah. Dr. Moby, I'd like to, because I've taken you 15 minutes. It's such a wonderful, deep conversation we have with a very serious topic for Valentine's Day. And I'm definitely going to show your video to my girlfriends. A lot of them are searching, and you're right. A lot of modern women are out there. A lot of people are out there, falling in and out of relationships, and all. Times are getting tough with the advent of a lot of distractions in life. I've got a final question, Dr. Moby. We've talked about the 90-day fiance, right? The 90 frame. Talked about time. Now I'm going to throw you space, right? We've talked about time, space. Now, and we talked about globalization, with the exception of pandemic. I mean, also pandemic is keeping people away.
yeah,
There's this thing, the space is always a condition. Um, for people who are always traveling, pre-pandemic days, people are traveling for business, for jobs, even for scientists, researchers, presenting papers internationally, they're traveling and all this. Um, Long-term relationships in a faraway place. What's your take on it? Is it set up to fail?
no, not really, not really. It's not set up to fail. I give you example. My roommate, he was from China. Okay, and we were and I met his wife, and then she told me, we were separated for 2 years, or when we were not married. He would writing letter every day to China, and I have 365 letters. So they kept their relationship 2 years, and he would keep writing letters. So it is not. So imagine in this age. I mean, we're not talking about. I mean, few years back, of course. We're talking about. So in that age, kept that relationship for 2 years without getting married, but believing that. But imagine that passion, and that person had writing letter every day for your feeling for your loved one, and then
Yeah,
meeting that person, and then I think it's amazing story. because nowadays you don't see that. Long-term relationship is little different, in my opinion. Of course, it's a different game. I think if you want, you can maintain. It is not doomed to fail, but you need to put more than your
Effort.
normal work. You need to. So imagine this person writing letter every day, not knowing that person will get the letter, first of all, and second will read it. And so she kept that letters, all those letters, and
Yeah.
she said, I have all of them every single day. But imagine that, that kind of passion. And so yes, if you have that, sure, it will be fine, you will get a reward. But the only thing is, my advice is, it is not doomed to fail, but it is basically you have to put more effort, for sure.
Yeah. So, Dr. Moby, it has been such a fast 60 minutes, incredible. I mean, it just seemed like we had a 15-minute talk because, to me, these are real things. These are things that people are facing and they're not articulating because it's so taboo, and it brings to a woman, it brings some form of discomfort when she discloses, because it brings a lot of doesn't look nice, to say it gently. A lot of things are unspoken and they cannot be spoken out there, especially in a society whereby people are reserved, compounded whereby it is already a taboo topic out there. So, I thank you so much, Dr. Moby, and, hope that we can continue a conversation like this for part 3 of relationship and love in the tech age, some time to come. I mean, it is something that is going to be prevalent. It could be something that is even more challenging as time goes, compounded with the distractions and a lot of challenges in life. So, Dr. Moby, thank you so much for being on the show, and thank you so much for this special Valentine's Day session with you. It is always such an honor for you to be the #1 podcaster in the US. I'm always in awe of someone who's there in industry, someone who is always constantly doing things. It's not easy to be the constant in a sea of change. So thank you, Dr. Moby. I really appreciate our session.
Thank you for it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
Dr.
coming.
Moby.
It's always been a pleasure to meet you. Take care. Thank you.
Bye, Dr. Moby.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
साइमन याज लाइफस्टाइल टीवी चैनल पे एक बार फिर आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर। आज मैं उर्दू अदब के एक बहुत बड़े नाम के साथ आई हूँ, इब्न इंशा, जो किसी तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं। उनका कलाम आपकी नजर, तवज्जो कीजिए। एक छोटा सा लड़का था मैं जिन दिनों, एक छोटा सा लड़का था मैं जिन दिनों, एक मेले में पहुंचा हुमकता हुआ, जी मचलता था एक एक शय पर, जेब खाली थी कुछ मोल ले ना सका, लौट आया लिए हसरतें सैकड़ों। एक छोटा सा लड़का था मैं जिन दिनों। खैर महरूमियों के वो दिन तो गए, आज मेला लगा है उसी शान से। आज चाहूं तो एक एक दुकान मोल लूं, आज चाहूं तो सारा जहान मोल लूं। नारसाई का अब जी में धड़का कहाँ, पर वो छोटा सा उल्लड़ सा लड़का कहाँ, पर वो छोटा सा उल्लड़ सा लड़का कहाँ। शुक्रिया सुनने का। साइमन याज लाइफस्टाइल टीवी चैनल पे एक बार फिर आपकी खिदमत में हाजिर आज मैं उर्दू अदब के एक बहुत बड़े नाम के साथ आई हूँ, इब्ने इंशा, जो किसी तारुफ के मोहताज नहीं। उनका कलाम आपकी नज़र, तवज्जो कीजिए। एक छोटा सा लड़का था मैं जिन दिनों, एक छोटा सा लड़का था मैं जिन दिनों, एक मेले में पहुंचा हुमकता हुआ, जी मचलता था एक एक शय पर, जेब खाली थी कुछ मोल ले न सका, लौट आया लिए हसरतें सैकड़ों। एक छोटा सा लड़का था मैं जिन दिनों, खैर महरूमियों के वो दिन तो गए, आज मेला लगा है उसी शान से। आज चाहूं तो एक एक दुकान मोल लूं, आज चाहूं तो सारा जहान मोल लूं, नारसाई का अब जी में धड़का कहाँ, पर वो छोटा सा उल्लड़ सा लड़का कहाँ, पर वो छोटा सा उल्लड़ सा लड़का कहाँ। शुक्रिया सुनने का।
Hi, I'm Rocky Kramer, and you're watching Lifestyle TV USA.
Welcome to Colonial Beach, Virginia, and you can see somebody is welcoming us here right now. So let's check out and go closer to them. Hello, how are you all doing? Hey everybody, I'm at Colonial Beach. Look at this nice. Somebody welcome, welcome, I'm getting. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with a great guest, podcaster all the way from Germany. Let's hear from Joe. How are you, sir?
Doing great. Thank you. How are you doing?
Good. Thank you for tuning in. So tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do, and then we'll go from there.
I am, since January 1st, 2021, a full-time podcaster. I originally started out back in 2012 with podcasting, at this time a startup podcast in German about German startups. And at one point, I did have an interview guest who wasn't a German native speaker, and he said, yeah, okay, I'm more comfortable if we do it. I feel more secure if we do it in English. And so I was doing my first interview in English. And at one point it got so much of interest as well as mix up on this one podcast feed that I basically carved out my English content. And this, like in 2015, was the start of startuprate.io. I was sticking a little bit with the other team, and then since 2018 do it almost by myself. I do have a co-host for my startup news. He lives in New York City. Hey, Chris. And there's a community manager in the background. His name's Pedro. He's also living here in Frankfurt. Basically, we produce around 2 pieces on average per week, mostly interview with entrepreneurs that you cannot find in English anywhere else. So we have very unique content with early to later stage startups who are either looking for investors, international expansion, international recognition, international clients, stuff like this. That's why they are making their first interview in English with us. And we also had already some very well-known names, but I tried to stick with the less well-known startups, especially the ones that don't get international coverage, because that's the content people are looking for on my website and on my podcast.
So I understand it's a lot of is a business podcast, and that is actually really needed, because now, with COVID, there's a lot of businesses affected. People don't know when this economy is going to turn around. A lot of businesses like restaurants and other are having hard time surviving, right? So let's talk a little bit about some of the aspects of that. Tell me a little bit about how COVID has affected in Germany so far.
I would say we've been very lucky, especially here in the area that I'm living. In the city close by, they had even some curfew at night, when the infection numbers were high, but that has already phased out for quite some time. Right now, it's a little bit strange, because you have, when we go to the shopping mall just around here, there's basically only stores related to everyday needs, like grocery stores, like pharmacies, like food, like the Starbucks there. That is still open, but all like the retail clothing, jewelry, what else is there? Toy store and stuff like this, they are all closed right now, and that feels very strange. And it's the same case for all across Germany, even though at the time we're talking right now, there's some discussion ongoing between the German states and the federal ministry and the federal chancellor and all the federal ministries involved about when and how to get out of this partial lockdown.
Yeah, and that is, the key is, the to survive. The survival is important, because, one thing is, yes, for sure, we have a lot of problem with right now COVID, but somehow we have to survive. It's like when there's a thunderstorm, trees bend, and then.
Actually, for me personally, not a lot has changed, because I'm working full time from home. I did it with my last job almost exclusively for the last like half year. Yeah, half year. And basically, you can still go for grocery shopping. Everything is available. You can still go to the beverage store, get your sparkling water, get your Coke, get your Pepsi. Everything's fine, but you cannot do like the real fashion shopping, the clothes shopping, stuff like this. That is a little bit limited, but actually there are some stores you can call. They tell you what they have on the shelves, and basically then you can order and then pick it up in person. So that's also working. So I would say it's a little bit inconvenient. It doesn't limit me very much right now.
Okay. So there is definitely, some businesses are affected pretty badly, some of the in dining restaurants, so
in dining theaters, like all the music venues, the cinemas, the cafes. For example, I mentioned Starbucks, but actually there's a limited amount of people that can go in, of course, with a mask. Then you'll be you get your beverage prepared also from people with a mask, and then there's one way out. So it's basically a one-way lane through the store, and they removed like all the chairs, all the cushy furniture, everything. It looks pretty
going to be okay, because they have more of the. But what about these restaurants, which kind of solely they were in dining, people would just wine and dine for hours, and those are really in bad shape. The takeout here, even in states, the takeout is not bad.
Mhm.
They are surviving, but that's kind of the bulk. Those fancy restaurants, they're, where we used to have hours of waiting time, to even sit. So those are now gone, completely gone. Uh, so
Mhm.
small restaurants which had more of takeout slash, dine, maybe like, fast food, those are surviving very well so far, actually doing better. Same grocery stores are doing well here, and the Starbucks, here, I mean, they still kind of give more. Is people would just sit there and drink, yes, but now they have just basically given, people can pick up the drink and go. But still, I think their stock here is also actually pretty up. It was kind of down before, but I think it's doing really well. So the stock market, for Starbucks is really good so far. So
Mhm.
not bad actually. But other businesses, some of made record profit, like Amazon. And they probably did very well. But other, the small businesses, I think, in my opinion, they should be able to survive. We should support them. So personally, I go to small grocery stores, um, and also trying to support small, small restaurant owners, see if we can help them. So to keep
Mhm.
growing. I think COVID has really put emphasis on small businesses survival. If somehow we can support that, that would be great. What do you think about that?
And it really also forces them to digitize. At one point, most of the restaurants around here supported some kind of takeout, but now they all have it in the usual apps that are out here. You can order takeout, and you even get it delivered from them either personally, or you use some of the delivery services they have here, and that is all working pretty neat as far as I can tell right now.
Yeah, that is for sure. Here also same thing. So I think, what is the model you think, for the banks? What will happen to the banks? Are they going to loan these struggling survivors? What is right now here in Europe? In US, I know we are getting some of bailout from the government. The payroll protection, some of those small business we're getting some money for, but nobody has, still there's not enough till the
Mhm.
businesses are back and booming.
I can so far only talk about Germany, but one of the models we have here in Germany, Kurzarbeit, was actually adapted by many other countries. It's basically a government scheme where you send people like partially away. You don't have to fire them, and part of the loss in salary will be compensated by by the government. And you have in some cases people that are just working 1 day a week and are 4 day on basically unemployment benefits, but they keep their job, and when this time is over they can return to their job. So that is working pretty well. There was also a special regulation ongoing in Germany until December 31st, where you did not have to file for insolvency under certain circumstances, but at one point there will be an insolvency wave coming, and you may know in Europe, especially in Germany, the small and medium businesses, they are heavily financed by bank loans. So that will take some time, but at one point, maybe end of 2021, maybe in 2022, they'll be hit by a big wave of defaults. It may be possible that at this point in time, the government is looking to support them, because if the banks don't loan out more money, it's really troublesome for the company to get up and running again. So there will be, of course, some aid when COVID is over. And a lot of how the banks are reacting is how much of loan losses they'll be actually hit with.
That is so true. That the one thing is the banks and who's going to bail them out, and that will. It's so one model, as you said, it's working well for Europe. Is probably is good model here too. That they don't lay off completely. It's like layoff, but like they actually come back as soon as. So there's some kind of financial help till that time. I think the other thing is they were here. I think President just passed a bill for supporting up to $1,400 for families at low income, and that's probably a big help. So, what do you think is that what ratio they should follow? Is helping families is gonna make difference, or is helping businesses gonna make difference?
Um, I would say you totally need both. There have been a lot of COVID aids, aid packages, also investment money, especially for startups that I'm especially focused on from the German government. I have heard a lot of reports that at least for the normal businesses, the COVID relief, the COVID aid is coming pretty slowly. But that may pick up over time. That's an important part. Plus, there are some like special benefits, tax deductions. You can do a little bit more money for this, a little bit more money for that. So basically, I think they're trying to weight this right now. In my personal opinion, you'll totally have to support businesses because you cannot have a lot of defaults and then it takes years for the business activity to back up as well as for the employment. So you basically have to lower this bump with supporting the solid businesses. But on the other hand, you cannot completely forget the people. For example, I know a few cases in the United States when you have been unemployed for like a certain amount of time, you completely drop out of the social net. That is not the case here in Germany. There's at least a very low minimum payment you'll get from the government.
And the other thing is, if they give a good payment, then people don't want to come back, because it happened here too that they were getting big checks or good amount of money, and they say, why would even we work? Okay, so there's it kind of cuts both ways, but then you slow down that, and then so it has to be kind of proper way. The other thing is, here the numbers for the economy look better in terms of, so they say, it could be overheating with a lot of financial aid, so the government is pushing money, I think trillions of dollars so far. So probably I was reading about 15 to 18% of GDP or whatever, the big amount they're infusing. But if 1/3 is kind of invested in that, reinvested or invested in that, then the question is, can it lead to inflation? And then, the interest rate right now are lowest, so they might go up, and then the economy is not turning around. So that could be kind of both, has to be accurate, right?
Yes, but in terms of inflation, you always have to see there's not one inflation. You're actually seeing some inflation for quite some time that is called an asset price inflation. You can see it at the record closings of like the Nasdaq, the DAX, the Dow Jones. They're making new record numbers, and some of it, not all of it, of course, but some of it is because there's a lot of cheap money from the central banks, and that leads to asset price inflation.
And that is probably true that some of the the real estate here in US right now is booming actually. So the real estate is doing really well. A lot of houses on sale, and people are getting good money. I guess banks are working hard to get loans approved for that too. So the for some reason, because the interest rate is so low, so everybody wants to buy the house, you know.
It is the same effect we had here for the last few years, even in Germany. You have to see we have now a monetary policy ruled by the European Central Bank, which is actually headquartered not too far away from here, but they have to accommodate the whole European Monetary Union, not only Germany. So for Germany itself, the interest rate is a little bit too low, so the economy is doing pretty well. Plus, at the point in time, like years back when we still had the own German currency, the D-Mark, it was usually the economy was booming, the exchange rate went up, the boom died. But since we do have now the euro, it's a much more stable exchange rate, especially for Germany. And if Germany booms, the euro doesn't necessarily go up a lot. So that also gives an additional boost to the German economy. And that's, for example, what we're seeing in the very good numbers in the listed companies, as well as here in some of the asset prices, especially in and around Frankfurt, Munich, Hamburg, in terms of real estate prices.
Also, I would like to get your opinion on Brexit. You know, what is the effect and what is the future holding for that?
That's a pretty good question. I do believe some people in the United Kingdom are already regretting the Brexit. I am not necessarily sure that in any case this was a good idea from the perspective of the United Kingdom. And I do believe the two governments that followed the Brexit decision have had no real plan how to actually deal with it. So they just had to fight from crisis to crisis, which wasn't necessarily putting the United Kingdom on a sound footing for the Brexit itself. They'll now have to look and search for what type of business model is working for them. On the other hand, I do believe the demand in the European Union from UK is missing, but also a fighter for a little bit more. They tend to like to regulate a lot. The UK always tended to regulate less, so that was a good balance. Now we have to see how the next few years, the regulation is changing due to that. I do believe the UK, at least in the short term, they made a very bad choice, giving now all the problems they have in the short term with the import, also like from essentials, food, drugstore, pharmacies, and stuff like this, where there's some items missing. But I do believe that will be smoothed out pretty soon. And then, as I said, the UK has to look for a business model that works for the UK outside of the European Union. And we'll see how and where they find it. Of course, financial services will be part, of course, tourism, especially like London and the beautiful places in Wales and Scotland will be part. The oil in Scotland may play a part as well, but they just have to figure out what works for them and what doesn't.
And that is, I think, two good questions. One is about tourism. So that has really gone down, you know, so the tourism industry.
Well, I would say it's almost zero tourism right now.
Yeah, right now is zero. And that's the same stands for airlines. So our airlines here in US kind of went down and now stabilized a little bit, but I don't see that coming back so soon. You know, it will be a little bit kind of longer U-turn or whatever turn, because it's going to probably take a couple of years to kind of go back to that. And then other thing is, what about China's influence and how China is able to survive, and what will happen?
Well, admittedly, I have lived and worked in China for half a year. I speak not more than a few words Mandarin, just like survival lunch. I want this, I want that, and apparently the few things I speak tend to have a heavy Beijing accent. So I have a little bit first-hand experience on dealing with Corona. You totally saw that they're not really a free democracy, which in this very certain case and for those circumstances played into their hand. For example, when they completely shut down Wuhan, that would be something that would be almost impossible in like the United States or the European Union, but they just couldn't make it happen. I'm not really sure if the numbers that are published for the same reason, because the Communistic Party has like their thumb on all the data, if they're completely reliable. But I do believe China may make it out as one of the best bigger economies out of this corona crisis, because they really worked very fast, very forcefully. Admittedly, there may or may not have been opportunities to do a little bit more, especially like cutting down the international spread of corona. But on the other hand, that is something nobody really had experience. So we're basically learning about the virus, about the mutation as we go, as they happen. So that's not really a good case you can prepare for. But China has a huge currency reserves in their central bank, in their foreign exchange management unit. They have enough economic power to generate money. They have enough foreign reserves to spend it. So I do believe if there's not a really big flare up in corona they cannot contain, they'll make it out pretty good. On the other hand, the very limited investment opportunities you have as a Chinese citizen in mainland China, of course, leads to some misallocations we've seen in the past, especially in real estate. We will see how this turns out when the government invests again money in like stimulus packages in the near future, where this money is going and if it's really the most effective use of this money.
Sorry, thank you for that insight, and we'll look forward to talk more with you on economy, and that's really a fascinating topic to discuss as it can affect all our lifestyles. So please come back, and then we'll definitely carry on to the next topic in economy. And it will be a great for my viewers. Any final thoughts you have for our audience?
Well, everybody who'd like to learn more, they can go to startup.radio. That's the website of my podcast. And there in the About Us section or in all the interviews, they're linked to my LinkedIn profile, my social media account, my email. They can just reach out and ask directly. No problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, and take care. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to NFL Show with Brian and Dr. Moby. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody is safe and enjoying football. It's very important to do both because our prevention makes it best. The vaccines help, but it's our duty to make sure we kind of don't ever
Mask up.
think that mask is not going to help. So it's easy to do that and make sure you all take care. How are you doing, Brian?
Doing good. Can't believe season is almost over. It's hard to believe Super Bowl 55 tomorrow, Kansas City, Tampa Bay. So
Yeah, and for us, it's actually I don't think we should say we are getting old, but very difficult to figure out the numbers from. It said LV.
The Roman numerals, forget about it.
Yeah.
So I just had to do a Google and let them tell me.
Yeah, so I was saying, maybe we are getting old.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. We're definitely getting older for sure.
So, but I think for sure we have our two teams. As you can see,
Yep.
I have Tampa Bay and
Kansas City.
and we're gonna still our heart belongs to Steelers and your
Mine to the Browns.
Browns.
Kansas City,
Yeah.
put us out. That wasn't my middle finger, by the way. That was my pointer. But yeah, I mean, playoffs were really interesting. I mean, I think us even getting past Pittsburgh, which I'm sure I found it shocking that we won that game, and then actually played Kansas City pretty well. But again, I mean, tomorrow's the end of the season. One of these teams will be crowned champs tomorrow, and I don't know. Who's your money on?
Well, it is kind of difficult because I see both teams actually very well, and if somebody asked me, I would say both are equal in some ways.
Yeah, they played each other, this season, and I think Kansas City won like 27-24, jumped out early to I don't know, it was 16-3 or something. Irregardless, Kansas City holds on to win that game. It's hard for me, both quarterbacks in this game are really, really excellent quarterbacks. Tom Brady has obviously been there. This is his 10th Super Bowl. Mahomes will be his second in a row. So, I mean, if Kansas City wins, I think they're the first to repeat since the 03-04 Patriots. So, we'll see. I don't know. My gut, I'm going with Kansas City, but it would not shock me if Tampa Bay and Tom Brady and Gronkowski and the gang somehow pull it out. So,
Yeah, and it is. I think Tom has really proved again. Never lose faith in Tom.
I mean, you talk about getting older. I mean, I think he's 43, and the way he's performing, especially in the contact games with the NFL, is very surprising. I know me at 43, I fell apart at 43. So, and he's out there, playing at a very, very high level. It's a pretty incredible story. If he somehow pulls this off, I don't know how he doesn't retire and kind of ride off into the sunset, but I don't know. I think he's still got 2 years left on his current contract. So
Yeah, he reminds me of Brett Favre. If you remember, he also came so close to Super Bowl and with Vikings, and Brett Favre was in great shape. I think that game, I remember New Orleans pulled off, but that was really.
yes, it was an excellent game. I think towards the end of the game, he threw a really bad pass across the field that got picked off, but he definitely competed at a high level, in his older age as well. I forget exactly how old he was when he retired, but
He was about 40, I think.
yeah, I'm sure. Hell, I would imagine Brett Favre could probably throw it through this wall over here. So still, I mean, the guy had an arm, a cannon, but I don't know. So my gut, I'll be watching tomorrow, but I think I'm going with Kansas City. If I had to pick somebody, it would be Kansas City, but
Kansas City. Okay, let's kind of go over some of the season highlights. So tell me first, in the season, the regular season, what were the kind of surprises and what was not so surprising?
well, I mean, again, being a diehard Browns fan, I followed them, watched every game that I could. I did not anticipate them, finishing 11-5. They had a better year than I anticipated. I'm not going to say it was that was probably the biggest surprise, but as far as me being a Cleveland fan, I mean, that was I was happy about that. I think finally, years and years of going from coach to new quarterback, we finally got a coach quarterback combination that's going to work moving forward. But I was happy about that. Disappointing. I think, you know, if you look at Pittsburgh, how they started, I mean, I think,
Yeah.
you know, they were 11-0, I think.
Yeah.
And then the way their season ended, I think was pretty disappointing. My brother's a Steelers fan, and you're a Steelers
Yeah,
fan.
Steelers, and
Uh,
that is true. I
you
was
know.
very, very disappointed because I think, you know, and no matter what we say, Tampa Bay kind of started slow,
Yes.
and that's why I think they say that if you start slow, you peak later, you can probably will win Super Bowl. And so, and I think if you peak early, somehow it jinx you, then you're done.
I think there's, you know, looking at the NFC, yeah, Dallas and Philadelphia, you know, they had off years, both of those teams. There's a lot of off-season questions coming up that we've already had a big trade. You know, Stafford going to the Rams in exchange for Goff and like I think 2 first-round picks. So there's been some shakeup. There probably will be more. I'm kind of intrigued to see where Carson Wentz is going to go. Will he stay in Philly? Will he get traded? So, you know, there's some interesting things that's going to happen this offseason. You know, what will Denver do for a quarterback? They hired a new GM. I don't know. It's going to be pretty interesting to follow once the Super Bowl's over. I think, you know, the new season technically doesn't start until sometime in March. So it's a lot of stuff to keep your eyes on. So.
Okay. So I think for NFC, I think I thought first in New Orleans. I mean, I'm still a big fan of New Orleans. I think somehow they kind of lost it in the end. You know.
Yeah, they've had, you know, last couple of years in the playoffs, you know, that big, I think it was 2 years ago against Minnesota, that crazy catch to end the game to Stephon Diggs on the sidelines that he, you know, tucking in for a win with no time left. They've had their heart broke here the last 2 or 3 years in the playoffs. And again, will Drew Brees come back? I mean, he's another quarterback that's older. So I think there's a lot of questions. Is he going to even play next year? So we'll see.
Well, one thing for sure, you know, anybody thinks about age, look at our president, you know, he's older.
You had to go there.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's not
How
a
did, what is he,
political
76?
No, he's 77.
77, yeah.
So if he
Good old Joe.
it's a old Joe can be president. So make sure all the quarterbacks, you know, keep your hopes high. Maybe we'll break a record with 50-year-old quarterback one day. Someday.
Yeah, maybe if anybody's going to do it, it might be Tom Brady. So
Yeah, Tom.
he's, you know, I think if he plays next year, he'll be 44 in the season. So, you know, I wouldn't think he would, you know, play into his 40s, but here he is in a Super Bowl at 43. So pretty impressive.
Yeah, no. I think one thing for sure we all can learn is how he maintains himself. I mean, look at this guy. He has a great work ethics. He has great, you know.
He's got a lot of money to get some trainers and, you know, do all the right things, and he doesn't. So he's
But-
got to put the work in.
Yeah, but I tell you, you know, it's not just money. Look at there are other quarterbacks who make much more than him, and then I think it is his nature too. You know.
Oh yeah, he's definitely a winner. No doubt about it.
His body speaks volume. You know.
What's
That-
crazy is, I don't know if you remember the combine, but this last week have been posting the combine. He's like looked like he's 150 pounds, like a twig, and he could barely run the 40, you know, slow. But hey, probably the best quarterback in history, bar none. And you know, he's 43 and he's still killing it out there. So
And you know, I watched Gronk try to lose weight, and I think he was on some kind of diet, and that's another one. You know, I heard he maintains himself. He's trying to at least maintain that, and speaks volume. I think there was a trend before that in NFL you have to be very bulky, heavy, and so forth. But now I think emphasis you have to be leaner and quicker, and you know. And Mahomes is in good shape here on. And then same stands for Redskins, not Redskins, sorry, Washington
football team.
The football team.
With Alex Smith.
Alex Smith, you know, I
Yeah.
think big story out of this season was Alex Smith.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Incredible, you know, Alex Smith, great job. You know, he had all kind of things going wrong, and that is very, very story that motivates everyone. You know, that we
I think
can.
they gave him the comeback player of the year, I believe.
Yeah, he should.
So
So, my favorite was him for 2020. How he. So do you think he'll be playing next year?
I think that's another team that has a lot of quarterback questions. Are they going to try to maybe go after Deshaun Watson? I think Alex Smith, if he does play next year, he'll be in that backup role. But I don't know if I haven't really heard. I haven't paid that much attention to the Washington football team since they lost the playoff game against Tampa Bay. I think it was Taylor Heineke came in and played a phenomenal game. But Alex Smith, I mean, if I'm him, I think, hey, he checked that box of getting back on the field. And he performed, fairly well. So if I'm him, I think I'm probably retire and maybe look at whatever interest he has. I don't know if he has interest in coaching or, whatever. But I think if I'm him, risking another injury like that is too high of a risk for me, in my opinion. But I haven't really heard what his intentions are, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, and so I think one of the disappointment was Philly.
Oh yeah, Carson Wentz. I couldn't believe that they parted ways with their coach. Supposedly there was some kind of a rift there. It's my wife's a big Eagles fan, and so again, there's a lot of teams, and Eagles are one of them. What are they going to do? Are they going to go with Jalen Hurst? Try to trade Carson Wentz? There's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, so I think even though Carson Wentz's contract is fairly high, but if I'm a team that needs a quarterback, he did perform fairly well a few years ago. Maybe Indianapolis, the former offensive coordinator in Philly, Frank Reich, maybe he takes a shot at bringing Wentz in. So I mean, if I'm Indy, Philip Rivers is retiring. They need a quarterback, so I think I'd try to bring Wentz out to Indy.
I think quarterback is very unique. That if you look at a lot of teams are still preferring older quarterbacks, and they somehow the younger quarterbacks.
It's a good point. When you draft a quarterback, I mean, you just look at the draft. Baker Mayfield was drafted. He's drafted number 1. You had Josh Allen, Sam Darnold, the guy in Arizona that's no longer there. His name's escaping me. I don't even know if he's still in the league. I think he might be on somebody's practice squad. But irregardless, my point is, when you draft a quarterback, there's no guarantee that quarterback is going to turn out to be your answer at quarterback. So if you got one of these veteran guys out there that's already proven, that might be the easier way to go anyway. So.
And that is very interesting. That look at New England. Patriots, they experimented with a new quarterback, and Bill Belichick, of course, is a legendary coach, and somehow he couldn't pull up.
Cam Newton had a lot of issues. I'm not health issues. I mean, I don't know if he was 100% again this year. His throwing motion kind of looked awkward to me. He's definitely not what he was, let's say 4 years ago or 5 years ago when he got Carolina to the Super Bowl. New England, again, is another team that will be looking, I'm sure, to fill their quarterback needs. So whether it's going to be draft, free agent, but Bill Belichick definitely, is one of those legendary coaches who I think will find this challenge and somehow they'll find another quarterback. I don't think it's going to be Cam Newton, but
I think probably will be somebody different than him for sure. And then it gives us for future what holds for NFL with COVID. First of all, hopefully we have a better season next year and things are much better next year. And then going back to different teams, I think 2020, I don't think anybody wants to remember.
No, it's going to be definitely one of these seasons that was remembered for the COVID year. But like you just said, I think next year, with all the protocols that they have in place, I think you're going to see that moving forward be a part of the NFL, more virtual. The vaccine has been put out. Not everybody has a chance to get it. I know you have got it.
I got both, yeah.
Hopefully by the summer I'll get the vaccine. So it will be interesting moving forward to see how COVID plays a role moving into 2021. 2021 with the NFL and all the sports. I think getting fans back into the arenas is going to be huge because if they're not making that money, I don't know how they're going to, keep paying the big contracts that they're paying. So they need to get that revenue coming in. So, it's going to be interesting off season for the NFL. But I had a thought when you were talking about the quarterbacks, because our teams are in the same division. Watching Pittsburgh, I think Ben had a really good early on in the season, but as the season progressed, I think he kind of deteriorated. I don't know if it's his health. So that's your team will be another team. Or is he going to come back next year? Are they going to try to move in a different direction? And one thing that Pittsburgh always has had is a running game. But last year, you guys couldn't really run the ball. So I think that's going to be an emphasis in the offseason for you guys to be how to run the ball. Is Ben going to be, the quarterback moving forward? I think he'll probably play one more year. But again, good, another big question in the division. And then Cincinnati, their quarterback got, the severe injury. I think it was against Washington. So how's he going to come back and play? So a lot of questions.
Yeah, and I think it comes back to physical fitness big time. Big Ben, I think he has tried to be a little bit leaner Ben, and I think that helped him to come back. And
Yeah, I think he could shed some more. I mean, if he
wants to play like Tom Brady,
he probably should shed about 20 to 30 pounds. But I don't know if he's a big, he's just a big bone guy. Like he's like 6'5", 6'6", or whatever he is, and he's a big man. I mean, I don't know how he's going to lose that kind of weight. He's definitely lost mobility as he's gotten older. He used to scramble a lot more, but he's not willing to kind of do those. I don't even know if he could make those types of plays. He just can't move as well. But it's a team that I really don't like. But I mean, it's very intriguing to me since they're in a division. I like to see what all these teams are going to do.
Yeah.
And I like I think finally we're back to a rivalry again after Pittsburgh dominated for a decade. So.
I think, and that's gonna be the other team is Ravens. So
yes.
What do you think of that?
Lamar Jackson. He got his first playoff win this year, but Buffalo. It could be the formula. They blitzed him a lot and kept him from, getting out of the pocket, making plays. That's his, kind of his forte is getting out of the pocket, and he can, once he gets out, he can see downfield and makes a throw. But if you can keep him bottled up from running, he has a harder time, making those plays. And again, I think obviously he'll be back there next year, but their off season, they're going to have to figure out, okay, if we can't run the ball, what are we going to do to our offense to open it back up to help him make these types of plays? Because it's just not on Lamar Jackson. So.
Yeah, and that is, there was a time I think when Lamar Jackson came, he definitely was the best quarterback.
Oh yeah, I think not last year, but the year before, he's MVP, deserved every bit of it. But when you in the NFL, teams start getting more tape, they figure out more ways to stop him from doing what he's known to do. So it's going to be up to Baltimore to see how they can maybe in their offensive play calling, how can we keep teams off balance and use his skill level better. But it's a lot of big questions coming up this off season, and after tomorrow's game, you'll start hearing more and more talks as the weeks go on. You'll have I don't know if they're doing a virtual combine this year, and then you'll have the draft obviously in April. But it's going to be a fun time this off season.
And so the other team we like to also highlight is Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, last draft, by them really not helping Aaron Rodgers, maybe draft another receiver to help Devontae Adams out. There's a point in that game where I believe they had it like 1st and goal at the 5 or 6. And they end up kicking that field goal, and one of their players, it looked like he pretty much dropped the touchdown. That game could have been different if he had another playmaker. You know what I mean? So there were some rumblings about what Aaron Rodgers said post game about he doesn't know what his future is. But trust me, if Green Bay gets rid of Aaron Rodgers, you'll have 31 teams other than Kansas City lining up to get him.
Oh yeah, I mean,
he's
Aaron Rodgers is
hands down one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So, if I'm a Packer fan, I'm praying that they don't make that mistake. So.
Yeah, they did with Brett Favre. So he left and then he again was in Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So no matter what happens, but Aaron Rodgers is really a good quarterback, smart
Fantastic.
quarterback. So just amazing to watch him. So I think, and then the other team is. You think what will happen next year to Vikings?
Minnesota. I think they're bringing back everybody. They were kind of. I think it's a little bit of a disappointment. I didn't pay attention too much to that division, but I think Kirk Cousins didn't have that good of a year this year. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I think they're bringing back their coach. I think it's Mike Zimmer, and then I forget their running back. But I think their pieces or their needs are more on the defense side of the ball. But I don't think they're going to make any changes at quarterback or anything like that or head coach. I think you saw all the head coaches. I think there were 7 of them this year. I don't think there'll be any more head coaches fired. If there are, it'd be a big story.
So hopefully, with this season and next season, probably we hope to see the postseason, different teams. I think Arizona and those other teams. Hopefully they do better, and Miami and Tennessee. I mean, we have so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Kyler Murray in Arizona, Tua, and with the Dolphins, and there are some rumors that maybe Miami might go after Deshaun Watson. But again, if I'm Houston, why would you I know he wants to be traded, but if I'm the GM and the new coach that comes in there, I want to have a meeting, and because he's probably one of the top 5 quarterbacks, I would not want to trade Deshaun Watson. Why would you get rid of Deshaun Watson, a proven, winner in the NFL, a great quarterback? That's to me, he's your piece of the franchise that you can't let go. So that's a good point. Another story. How's that going to turn out? Are they going to mend the fences there in Houston and everything? He'll come back, because right now I know he's come out several times saying he wants to be traded. So, but
Okay, and then we have Dallas.
yeah, I mean, Dallas. Dak Prescott had the really severe injury. I don't know what his timetable. I don't even know if he can play next year. So I don't know if the Cowboys will be looking to try to get one of these veteran quarterbacks to come in. I think they had Andy Dalton play okay last year, but Dak Prescott, I don't see him. If he plays next year, probably won't be towards the end of the year, but I don't see how he's going to play at all. That was almost like Alex Smith injury. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out, but we'll see.
And that is sad, that with injuries, such a great
Yes.
quarterback. And then, but we have seen injuries, the great running backs and,
Every year,
Yeah,
somebody's going down. So Saquon Barkley, tore his ACL. You had Dak Prescott this year. And my fear, if I'm a Ravens fan, Lamar Jackson's not a big physical guy. Typically the running quarterbacks, RG3 with the Washington,
multiple injuries.
he got hurt. To me, it's a matter of time when that's going to happen. So, I don't like the quarterback running as much as Lamar runs all the time. But again, it's part of their offense, and that's who he is. But my fear is the crazy injury.
Yeah, and I think that if you look at the statistic of all the quarterbacks over the years, those running ones didn't last as long as those one which was stationary. So
Matter of time.
Yeah.
They take a bad hit.
Look at Tom Brady.
Yeah, he's like a statue back there.
So we can
Yeah.
put statue Tom Brady.
Well, I think he's only had one
Injured, yeah.
Major injury his entire career, and that was a knee, and that was like in 2003 or something.
Yeah.
And he still finished like 11-5, and they didn't make the playoffs that year. But yeah, typically, you know, offensive line obviously, you know, going to play a role. You got to protect your quarterback, but if your quarterback is running, and the chances of them getting hit awkwardly, I think increase quite a bit. So
Yeah, and then and other thing is you have to be in certain shape to run all the time. So if you can't, I mean, great Manning, my favorite. He was not a running quarterback.
no, he was definitely a pocket guy, and
Okay, guy, yeah. So I mean, there is a plus and minus for both, but I think overall, if you look at those quarterbacks, did way better than running.
health-wise, they should stay healthier for sure, staying in the pocket. So
And I think Aaron Rodgers is a little bit different, that he's kind of mix of both.
yeah, I mean he runs when he has to, and like he'll scramble, but his
Normally he won.
staple of his game is slinging it, and he can definitely sling it with the best of them. His arm talent is incredible, and he's accurate.
So I think with that, so give us your feedback on the Super Bowl. But your pick is gonna be Kansas
I'm going with
City.
Kansas City. I'm going to say 28-24.
So in Tom we trust. So Tom, don't disappoint me. So I think if you win at this age, it will be great. Then President Biden congratulating oldest quarterback.
If he doesn't call and forget what he's calling you about. Who is this? But anyway.
Okay. So with that, we thank everyone for watching our show and give us feedback. And we will be back next season. But off season, we'll be tracking draft and still doing other sports coverage.
I think we should do a draft show.
The draft show.
Yeah.
We'll definitely be back on a draft show. Enjoy Super Bowl. Stay safe and stay healthy.
Take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye. As soon as you said that, I was like, shit, let's do a draft show. Because usually I have a little small draft party at my house. We could maybe tape it.
Oh yeah.
That'd be fun. All right.
So we talk a lot.
Yeah, you have to do some editing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my two fellows, Vicky and Lillian. Actually, today I am not the host. So let's give it to Lillian.
Good evening. Before we give it to Lillian, I would like to show my gratitude to Dr. Moby and Lillian. Lillian is the 15-year radio veteran. She's one of the giants of the industry in the radio world. It's such an honor to have her, and definitely such an honor again to have Dr. Moby being consistently one of the main pillars of the podcast world. He's always there for us, and he's number one in the podcast world in the States of about 6 million podcasters. So it's such a great honor to have both Dr. Moby and Lillian. So today I'm going to give the floor to Lillian, because today's the inaugural interview, the inaugural show for our Try collaboration for Heroes of Our Time, where Dr. Moby is very kind to contribute his song as the theme song for this year-long series. The series Heroes of Our Time is to pay a tribute to all these people in the front line fighting for us in the world. And because we don't hear them, don't see them, they're working so religiously, routinely as a regiment in the front line. We don't see them. They don't want to be celebrities. They just want everyone to be safe. And I would like to show my great gratitude to all these healthcare providers at the front line, no matter where you are in the US, in the States, in America, in Singapore, in Africa, in Europe, in Asia, everywhere, in every part of the world, even down under in Australia. We give our salute to all these healthcare providers out there. And there is a quote that I would like to start off for this inaugural series with Dr. Moby, is that Franklin Graham, in his sermon, he did say, when the world runs away and flee away from the virus, the healthcare providers run towards it. So that sums up
Very nice.
in totality the immense work the healthcare providers are doing for us. So salute once again, Dr. Moby, and all these people behind you, with your colleagues, co-colleagues, co-workers from top to bottom in a hospital, at the workplace, at the testing centers. A great salute to them for them running toward the virus and trying to, close down the virus. So again, salute. It is a tremendous, tremendous time in the history of mankind. We must not forget we are safe at home, and we don't want to be out there to exchange our work. So with this litmus test, I tell myself, there's no complaint. We give our thanks to the workers out there for whatever regulations, safety, precaution, wearing the mask, sanitizing, just keeping ourselves safe really is a tribute to the healthcare workers. Thank you so much, Dr. Moby, for your work and your colleagues out there. I'd like to give the floor to Lillian. Thank you, Lillian.
Oh, you're welcome. I think people forget that in addition to the Hippocratic Oath that many physicians, actually all physicians take, their number one criteria is to save lives at all costs. And it's very difficult for them to do that and at the same time have somebody from a mayor or a governor say, we're running out of room, we're running out of equipment, we want you to play God. We want you to decide which patients are worth saving and which patients we're going to let go. And I can't imagine a crueler punishment to make a doctor or a practical nurse or anyone involved in the healthcare industry to start being judge, jury, and executioner, because life is precious to the healthcare community. And I know from firsthand that this is true. When my husband was with pneumonia and a blood infection, his doctor would have kept on keeping him alive indefinitely if I had given him permission to do so, but I did not after the third try because I knew it was a moot point. And somebody has to make the decision to let that person die in dignity. But it's something entirely else when you have to decide which one dies and which one remains alive. And I think that our host system, our health system, is doing an excellent job in using the equipment and the supplies that they have. Because when this pandemic started, there was nothing out there for them. There were no masks. There were no plastic shields. From what my primary told me, there were not enough gowns to go around. They were using ponchos. They were reusing masks, not once or twice, ladies and gentlemen, but 3 or 4 times. And they weren't wearing just one mask. They were wearing 2 or 3 masks at a time, because after a while, the ones that they kept on wearing were used up. But they did this, and they did it without complaining, without writing to their senator or congressman. And they just went forward with what they were trained to do. So good evening, Dr. Moby. And When the pandemic first started, were you prepared in any way to handle the crisis that followed?
Well, thank you for both of you appreciating the, frontliners. And, I'm a part of the team, of course, and I was honored. I feel greatly honored, whenever being, of course, I practiced medicine 20 plus years. I've been emergency room physician. I've been hospitalist, ICU. I've run even delivered babies, over the years. Now I do, of course, a lot of media and a lot of education because I feel that, with my experience and with my, work, I like to educate people first and kind of help them to understand what healthcare should be or is. And that is very important. But looking at this pandemic, when we were watching, Wuhan, there was, I think I remember in last year or so, in October, or so, and then people here would say, "Oh, that is that part of the world," and they were not thinking, big in terms of nowadays. World is such a compact place, so don't ever think that place is Wuhan or any other part in the world has a pandemic or any disease is not going to affect us. That is not going to happen nowadays. With planes and everything, disease can spread like this. Okay, and that is, we have to face the new reality. Reality is world is more closer than ever. Look at right now. Vicky is from Singapore and you are in Pennsylvania, I'm in Virginia, and we are having this discussion. Imagine, could we do that few years back? Absolutely not. So the world has really changed, and same thing, unfortunately, we thought that part of the world is never going to affect it. Guess what happened? Everybody got sick in Europe, first Italy and Europe, and then they thought that's not going to affect us. They started blaming on China, and then guess that virus which came here was from Europe, because they didn't pay attention to that, saying that, oh, let's shut the flight from China. But well, guess what happened? It doesn't matter to virus. It does not matter. You are from China. You are from whichever part of the world. It's going to infect all of us, whether we are black, whites, or. The sad thing is that yes, some minorities will do worse, and some will they have health issues and they will do worse. That's true. But I had a feeling back at that time that is going to really drastically change. So I asked my hospital everything. I said, well, do you need extra shifts, and we'll cover. And they said, we'll let you know, if you need, just be around, cancel. So I canceled all my plans, everything, because I knew that it's gonna be bad. Okay, and I still have feeling. So over there, so we started, and I remember all of a sudden everything started shutting down, December, January, and I went to the restaurant. I go there, and there was only one worker. There literally one worker there. Everybody left. Everybody called off sick, and even they were not sick, but just said, no, we are not coming. So the shops were empty. The restaurants were empty. There was nobody, pretty much. And I went, I asked this guy, I said, well, you've been working, I've seen you for 2-3 weeks now, and you're working, not going home. He says, doc, everybody left. What I'm supposed to do? People need to eat, and I thought I'm gonna continue working 3 weeks in a row. I said, yeah, you know what? You are a bigger hero than I am. Anything. I mean, I cannot imagine you continuous working from 3+ weeks, not going home, not even thinking that you might get COVID too, and you can die too. So there are so many stories which make us strong, which make us learn from them. So and I said, kudos to you. You know what? I will keep coming just for you. I'm going to keep coming. I'll be maybe one of your 10 customers who will be here, and I will keep buying things from you. So at least your employer doesn't shut you down, because they can close the shop. So, and he said, well, thank you, but that's what was needed. And I still think that it is very sad. We lost a lot of lives, and I'm really, really paying tribute to all. And I feel so sad inside out. My parents also got COVID, and everybody, we were on the edge. Luckily everything went fine with that, but we had very painful moments, very, very painful. At that time, I had to, of course, my parents were in Pakistan. I had to take care remotely, make sure they were okay, and then still take care of patients here. And then, that was a very difficult time, as you can imagine. So, and on top of that, you have to make sure you don't catch yourself, something, or get sick. So those are very, very important things to. It's been, of course, journey with a lot of work, but I think what makes us all kind of strong and learn is these examples. The frontliner I told you, and then I wrote, actually, I didn't want to say. One night I was on call, feeling so sad because we kind of ran few codes and nobody survived. At that, I think, was more of trauma than COVID, but there were a lot of people with COVID outside. And that kind of, it was really down, very sad and down with that whole notion, because for us to see physician, anybody passing away, it's a very sad feeling, because, we try to save life always. So, but, we have seen, of course, many people dying. But every death brings such a sadness to us. We are humans, we are not robots. So that kind of prompted me to write a song, and exactly, I was on call, and then, yeah, it's interesting. I wrote that in 1 hour. Yeah. So it's just because there was so much to tell and say. And I said, okay, so of course I gave somebody to edit it, but I shot some of the scenes there from the hospital, if you see the video. And it was just, all we can say is, then when I was walking back the hallway, I asked, and I again thought, and this person who was cleaning, and he was such a gentle soul, such a nice person. And I talked to him. I said, oh, how are you doing? So he told me, and I said, same thing. He's been working long shifts, many shifts. A lot of people called off. A lot of people, they don't have. Everybody, you are absolutely right. Everybody took oaths, but a lot of people who are not very honest on that. They will come back when they want to get the paycheck. But sad, but that's true. But there are always people who would just say, okay, that's fine. Yes, getting paid is one thing, but it's our honesty, it's our integrity, it's our, that's how it defines us. So that's what exactly happened. So I was really humbled, and also kind of made me think that, there are so many great examples. And that's why I have him in the video, pictures, and, because I wanted to honor him. I wanted to, I said, how many, and this guy, of course, cleans the hallway. How important a job is that? Cleaning the bed, cleaning the every patient who goes there, he or she cleans that bed and takes out the garbage. And those patients could be, of course, all COVID. And then it is such a important topic. But I don't know, money can tank that. That's like beyond me. I mean, I'm like overwhelmed with that feeling that people have such a great integrity, that they really don't care about just their lives.
Well, I think that people, go ahead. Go ahead, Vicky.
Because
Go ahead, Vicky.
Yeah.
no, she said.
Dr. Moby, I think we have forgotten that, like what you say, the people who are actually the pillars and the backbone of the whole infrastructure. We're talking about the infrastructure, the logistical setup from cradle to grave, from alpha to omega, the whole frontline people. And we sometimes, like what you say, we forget about these cleaners because they are the one that keep everyone safe because they need to keep sanitizing, disinfecting the place,
Yeah,
and they are the one that we must not forget that they are the one who are keeping us safe in the
yeah,
hospitals, at the swab centers, the testing centers, at the clinics, and these are the people who are paid the lowest and the lowest hierarchical ranks, and a
yeah,
lot of times these people who are actually at the foundation of it, we forget about them, and they ask for so little, and
yeah,
but yet they play such a huge role.
yeah.
Dr.
And
Moby, and thank you for your sensitive soul. I would like to bring the conversation to your song. The lyrics actually spoke. It's like a poetry. I would like you to explain how did this creative process. You said that you actually did this in an hour. It must have been such a creative process, and you are a doctor. You are using your left brain, your right brain, right? Because it's such a creative, artistic process in writing a song, coming up with the music and then with the lyrics. Could you tell us how did this creative process go?
okay, and this is very interesting that I am of course practicing medicine for so many years, and
Yeah.
now I'm doing media and writing. My book is out first, and then this media, and now I'm doing so many shows, podcasting, and of course started with podcasting videos. I did movie and also did a song. Now it is very interesting that things in this part of my life are happening which I never ever thought it would be in my strength anyways. Not even strength but even interest. Okay, I mean, I love music. I mean, don't take me wrong, but I love music. I'm into songwriting. No, never did that before. But this COVID kind of brought, it can bring best out of you for some reason. Actually, I when we were short in ventilators, I did design a portable ventilator. Okay, so I filed the with the copyright and so forth. I did a demo, and it was a low cost ventilator system for migratory when they really needed ventilators, and I thought I could help that. But I didn't pursue that. I did kind of all the demo and I sent them, but in the end, they luckily the need for ventilator went down and everything was fine. But I mean, who would think that I would sit and design that? I mean, I'm doctor, not engineer, So, but this is what COVID did to us. It kind of tapped those abilities in us, which we never thought we would do that. Same starts for songwriting. I was kind of so much, touched by his work, and it was just, I think, 2 o'clock at night. It wasn't even daytime. Okay, at 2 o'clock at night when we were having this conversation, and I'm tired, of course, all night working, and it just touched that part of your brain and heart that kind of brought that. And I thought, what should I say? And then everything, I said, well, exactly how my call started and what conversation we had and how did it go back. And that's all it is. It's exactly that night scenario, and just simple words. I did not need to invent anything. I just wrote that, and I had this amazing composer too, and he, of course, said, "What kind of music?" I said, "There should be sad kind of tones," and I gave examples. So then we came up with music, but this was kind of unbelievable, unbelievable. After
Yeah.
that, I saw how the everything came out, and then we shot the video. Video, I did 4 takes. I should say that because I did that, but my wife said, "Oh, the dress up you're using is not very appropriate." So she corrected me with the dress. She said, "No, those dress just wear black. You don't need to wear anything fancy." So I said, "Yeah, that's true." She corrected me that, but I did probably 2 takes on that, and everything. Um, it was just unbelievable. So I mean, I did it for to honor. I mean, I did it to honor those worker. Um, I mean, it's not done to be number one or anything, but I know a lot of people loved it, and my hospital employees and everybody, they loved it, and my coworker, everybody, they said, "We did not know you can write music." And I said, I did not sing, I'm lip singing in that." And I said, "That's
Yeah.
not my voice." And but I said, I did the video to promote it because that's how the whole story. But it's amazing, things happen when you are touched in certain way, and you let your expression. That's amazing. I mean, I think it's, to me, I don't have even I don't know how it happened.
Yeah, you know, Dr. Moby, lyrics or a song is like an artist, right? It's like a poetry. It has to come from the soul. It
Yeah.
is an honest reflection of what goes on in the mind, in the heart, in the soul that comes out in the form of a lyrics. So I think the lyrics really, even though it's short, but it's so relatable, and it goes to the heart core of the situation, like what you said. You breaks your heart, and you hope that people took more precaution, that they should wear their mask. And you talked about in the lyrics, you know, people were so sad. They did not have to say, they hope that they did not have to say the last goodbye. And
Yeah.
I thought that was so deep. And because you are a doctor, have seen those parting times, I want to ask you, Dr. Moby, just to take up a little bit more time, bonus time from you. Um, were there once or twice in this period of pandemic, while you were in your shift, as you come across such heart-wrenching situation, you kind of like stopped and feel that, you know, it needs to take the extra strength out of you. It is something that you've never seen. It is hard to go on. Did you have that kind of a point in your professional encounter?
Yeah, and that is true. If you ask me, it happens every time we are on call or I'm working. We have cases. Everybody is precious and everybody is unique, and there are very, very sad situations happen, and it breaks us. And I don't know. I can't imagine if I look back and I said, how did I get strength to go on? Um, I I don't know, but I think these are people. I think when you put your heart and your soul in something, there are higher powers, whether you believe in God or whatever. There are higher powers that guide you, and if they want good, you keep on doing that good. They will give you that power. Will give you more power to continue. If I think back, I could have. There was no reason for me to continue physically, but spiritually, I get a guidance. That's what makes unbelievable. And
Yeah.
if I look back, I cannot understand how would I continue. I would have continued, but I know there is higher power. Somebody is looking above me. Somebody wants me to continue serving people, and save life. So that gives strength and makes me make the correct decision or save somebody's lives. Remember, it's very, very important that you cannot cloud your decisions. We get emotional as any human being would be, and I would be too. But I know that I have to think beyond my emotions because somebody's life could be at stake of making wrong decision, right? So I never let that cloud that, because for me that is more important than my emotions. So that is why I keep going.
Yeah. And one final question from me before I give to Lillian another chance to interview Dr. Moby before he goes. Um, Dr. Moby, if it's not too personal, could you share with us? You did mention about your parents, your family members were tested positive. Even in any circumstances for us, if anything happened to our family, it really creates this anxiety, this whole host of emotions that is really unseen, especially now. It is in the situation of the pandemic, and it is your parents who were tested, and there's still so much unknown about this virus that is evolving and evolving. Could you share with us how did your family come together um, to plow through and push through those very, very difficult times, which I think that it's kind of undescribable in words.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is, same thing. I can tell that when this was happening with my family, yeah, they were in Pakistan, and over there the problem is medications, hospitalization, everything is not as great as in US. Okay. And there was a time when my dad refused treatment.
Oh,
And he said, my mom, they had no problem, but my dad said, no, I'm not going. Ambulance came and he said he would not go. And that was very difficult. So because he said, no, I'm not going. And being a doctor, I knew that his life is at risk, right? And then, you have a patient who is non-compliant, totally does not listen, and then you had to make a decision. And then I said, no, you are going that. And he would not listen. So finally we got that. And the worst thing was, even when there, doctors over there, they were not taking very good care. So they would say, especially if they know the patient is not listening, they would say, okay, let them then die, So that is worse, right? And then on top of that, we didn't have medication. So I had to get medication literally about 36. I had to send somebody. Somehow prayers were answered. I found a friend who drove 36 hours carrying the medication, because the medication had to be given within certain time window. Okay, otherwise it would be wasted, because the more time you waste, the virus gets upper hand and then your body does not even respond. So that time, imagine 36 hours, this person driving from one end of the country on a car, because the airplanes, everything is shut down. And I had to get the medication in black, paying cash. We got that medication, was put in freezer, and he drove, this guy, God bless him, drove 36 hours and then delivered the medication on time. He got that medication, got better. It's just miracle. I don't know. I don't even have words. I don't know how I found it, but it was supposed to. That's called destiny. That's called blessing. There is no calculation about it. There's nothing. I mean, there are so many steps could have gone wrong, right? So, but everything comes. So you keep fighting, and good things happen. Just pray and believe in miracles. Good things happen. Same thing for everyone too. Keep a hard work, keep saving lives. Good things will happen, believe me. And that's what gives me strength. If I look back and say, oh my God, I don't know how this happened, that happened. There was no way I would have known that medication is available 36 hours. There's no planning. There is nothing to be planned about. But because I had this, like I said, I am a spiritual person. I believe there is higher power, and then if you are really good at heart and you believe, good things will happen, and not only to everyone. And if it doesn't and does happen, then we lose sometimes patience, and you know we are at least that we have done best we can for someone, right?
Thank you, Dr. Moby, for that very heart-wrenching and heart-stopping event that you have described. It's such a, I should say, it is really out of the world. And how do the children feel when that happens? Lillian, would you like to give a bonus question to Dr. Moby?
Sure. I know a lot of people, or at least here in the States. I'm not sure what's going. I know it's going over in England because I have friends over in England, and they're in pretty bad shape over there. They have lack of equipment, and getting into the hospital apparently is pretty difficult to do unless you're at death's door. So what I would like to know is, with the vaccination, and there are two types now being offered in the United States, is there really a difference between the two of them, or is it pretty much equally the same? Because I know people say, well, which one did you get? Well, quite frankly, I was given a vaccination. I'm in the 65 plus, but they won't give us our medical cards until we get our second inoculation. So I have no idea. But apparently it seems to be a big deal over here, where I presume over in Europe, they'd be delighted if they just had a vaccination to be given to the general populace at all.
And that is a lot of people ask me that question, which vaccine is better? I say, well, get whichever you can, first of all, get whichever. And if you can, don't worry about, remember, vaccine is never 100%. So one thing never do is party after vaccine. Okay. So the party, so vaccine is never 100%. You still have to continue doing your distance and also your mask. Do not let your guard down, and one more thing which I practice also, because I see patient all the time, is put salt water drops in the nose and maybe gargle that, and that does save, in my opinion. It helps us because the virus is going to enter through nose and mouth first. Nose mostly, nose and eyes. So those going, if you can do salt water drops, is very simple. Do that. And also, the vaccine, both are, so these are percentages. One is 94%, other 95%. There's not a big difference. And then the other could be 66%. But still, even if you get 66%, it will still save getting the worst disease. Okay. So if it's any vaccine which is approved, get it. Sad thing, there are a lot of controversy and lack of education or encouragement by media. And then there was some speculation. We don't have even time now. If we lose time and we don't get vaccine, this virus is going to mutate further. And whatever thing we have left is going to be gone. So do not second guess, just get it. I see a lot of misinformation out there.
Yes.
And I don't understand, that's why I think we should do a better job in media, because to counter that, there are so many controversial things out there which are totally wrong. And being in healthcare, I know that. when they're sick, and then they have, very few things, then there's not much anyone can do. Don't get sick. Do not, I tell, it doesn't matter you are in perfect health. Do not get sick, and do not test this virus. Okay, this virus can really kill someone. Okay, it doesn't matter how healthy you are. Be careful. It is no game. It is not a joke, and it is, whoever thinks it's a joke, or don't ever get sick for any disease. Forget this virus, but you should be healthy, enjoying, and just be careful. Just this common sense. That's all.
It reminds me very much of when they came out with the vaccination for polio.
Yeah.
It was in the 50s, and they had no idea whether or not the vaccination would even work. We got it in sugar cubes. I mean, we were the first generation to get polio vaccinations.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, parents did not dispute whether or not their kids should get the vaccination. They had them lined up for miles because polio was a nasty disease. It robbed you of practically everything.
I know.
Put you in, so I don't understand why people do not, or at least the parents or grandparents don't remember that and say to their kids, why take a chance?
Yeah,
why tempt province?
And I was reading for the polio, somebody had this polio, and it affected all the parts of the lower limb, and this person is in iron lung for last 40 years. And this person has such a dedication and a courage that graduated, read all, and can only move his tongue. This person became attorney, and it still says, no, I'm going to live my still life, can only move up till here. Everything is paralyzed because of polio. It's just unbelievable. Life is very precious. Enjoy while you can, but there is no time to play games here.
Absolutely not. I was just curious because I know that I live in a senior community center. I'm the baby of the facility at 70.
Good.
Everybody else is 90 and 100, of course. And they have absolutely no fear of COVID. I mean, they take care of themselves. They don't tempt fate. They wear their masks. They stay 6 feet apart, but they have absolutely no fear. And I think it's because they already met their fear during World War II and the aftermath of World War II and what they went through there. And because they did go through some of the other pandemics that have raged either in the States or more especially over in Europe. But I find it very interesting that the seniors don't consider themselves at risk, but they're not fearful the way a lot of the other population is. And I find that very interesting.
Yeah, and I say even that's good not to be fearful. I mean, I don't want anybody to be afraid, but be careful. Okay, so there's the difference between afraid and being smart. Just be smart about it. Okay, even if you don't get shot, I don't recommend that. But if you do that, still you should wear mask. You do not try to get near this virus. So can you the mask, and if you do social distancing, I should just say physical distance. If social distancing, probably I don't like the word because you can still communicate, and that's probably there's nothing wrong with that. But this with the mask and with physical distance, the efficacy is 90+% of not getting COVID. Best vaccine is 95%. So it is very equivalent actually. So, can you beat the disease by just vaccine? No. Do you have to combine with both? Yes. Can you should you refuse vaccine? I don't recommend that, because since you have vaccine available, get it. Why you want to have lesser weapon against this virus? when but still comes down to basic things: vaccine, distancing, keep your hands clean, you'll be fine. Okay, this is not an airborne virus, thankfully. We can prevent it in that aspect. So I think keep working, and which is, I think everybody will be safe.
I agree. And they noticed that the flu is down too, because everybody's wearing masks, which should tell you something right there if you're paying attention.
Yeah, and isn't that fascinating?
Yes.
That all the vaccination efforts we have in US ever, they maximally produce 50-60% efficacy or prevention. Okay, single most thing which helped this season is that distance, cleaning, washing, cleaning hands, and mask. Flu is down. It's hardly 10%. So guess what it does? We should do this practice more, and then we don't have. This is common sense, right? It's just so if we do that, imagine how many less disease we'll have.
Yes, but then you have to have everybody fall in with the plan.
Yeah, that is. In Israel, because of vaccination, they are seeing the fruits. They are seeing now. It's, I think, the only nation where there's a maximum vaccination success, and they're already seeing the results, really good results. So it kind of. So, Vicky, did you get your shot yet?
All right, just to report to Dr. Moby and Lillian, Singapore is rolling out. I would say that the speed is not as fast as many countries like in the US. I think in the US it's already in its millions. So Singapore is about still in the 100,000s. It's rolling out. The way it rolls out is by employment nature. First, people who got it, of course, they are the older folks, and then it is the airline industry workers who gets it, and then it's rolling out at people at the ports, the harbor, because Singapore is an international trading
it's water.
place. So we don't really shut the border down, because people do have to. It's like an essential worker itself, Singapore, because you do have to make transportation throughout the world, food, oil, and it still has to pass through the world. A lot of essential workers are out there that we do not see. So Singapore is actually an important essential port. So the way it rolls out vaccination is by the sector of industry.
There's a port
so that
city.
you're the airport, and then you've got the workers at the port, and then you've got different industries that is rolling out, like the construction workers, etc. So it's doing out a little bit different in terms of strategy, and in terms of people who are wanting to receive or not wanting to receive. I think at the end, there are a lot of doubts amongst the people. I think, like the news has said, is a double-edged sword, because Singapore is quite successful in getting the numbers down. It's actually, for the last couple of weeks, reported cases is zero amongst the community. And because it is so successful in terms of controlling the situation, I think there is a population that think that, hey, we do not really need the vaccines because we are so good at it, in controlling it, in social distancing, wearing the mask, and keeping ourselves vigilant, and contact tracing, quarantine the cases, and keeping the border of these cases kept. So there is a population who thinks that we are really doing a good job, so we don't really have to get ourselves vaccinated. So there is that kind of mentality. Yeah.
They have that over here. They're expecting to have everybody vaccinated at least with the first dose by summer. It's summer. But you're always going to have these people that have this trouble with the school kids. Well, everybody else is inoculated, so my kid will be safe. He won't have to be inoculated. And you just don't, that is such medieval thinking to expose their child. They're not exposing themselves to it, but they're exposing their child. If you want to throw away your life, please go right ahead. But you do not have the right to expose your child to a deadly disease.
And then expose 10 other people. It's
And then
not-
expose it, yes.
and the problem is not them. The problem is they're going to have everybody has family, parents, and somebody who is not as strong immune response as other. You know how my parents got is from grandkid. So grandkid didn't have fever, high fever, gave hug to grandpa. Guess what? Grandpa got.
Grandpa got
So-
sick, yes.
So the grandpa ended up in ICU, but he didn't. So, but that's the problem. So this is exactly the problem. Everybody has in their family somebody whose immune system is not going to be as perfect as somebody else, and that's what we have to look after, not yourself only, but also for others.
Absolutely. In my grandson's first grade class, more than half the class at any given time is out with COVID.
Mhm.
Why? Because the parents are not being vigilant about keeping their kids away from other kids by 6 feet. They wear the mask, but they don't keep them apart. And if you don't do everything that is required of you to do, that it cannot just act on the one thing that you do to prevent it.
Mm.
You have to do the whole enchilada, or it's not going to work.
Yes, and thank you for coming. It was a pleasure, and so we are almost to the end of our show.
Yeah, I would like to thank Dr. Moby and Lillian. I think we have got in a very a topic that is the topic of the mankind at this point. And what we do right now with the series, Dr. Moby and Lillian, I think it's so important because we are really documenting people's voices. And I see it's an endeavor as part of us to document dreams and hopes and fears and the situation that is really from the people, not really from the news. It's not from the politicians, what the government wants you to hear, but really from the people, what they are going through in this very, very extraordinary times in humanity. Thank you once again, Dr. Moby and Lillian. I would like to tell the viewers and the listeners for this year-long series 2021 Heroes of Our Times tribute to the healthcare providers. Tune in anytime, and we'd like to thank again Dr. Moby and Lillian, who are the contributors to this series.
Thank you very much.
As a salute to the healthcare providers as they are running towards the virus to shut it down for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Thank you, Vicky, for honoring. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Take care.
Thank
See you again, all of you. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
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 Hi, everyone. It's Paul Miller, the Free Time Free Spill podcast. And today is going to be an amazing show. It's based on positivity and diversity. And today we're going to talk about a doctor. He has a short film. We're going to talk about lifestyle. He's a show host and also a motivational speaker and so many more things. How you doing, Dr. Moby?
Hey, sir. Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
So all the stuff you've done, like you're a medical director, author, musician, actor, and board board certified sleep specialist, and so much more. What did I miss?
No, I'm just a guy who keeps on enjoying basically what I do, and that's what I continue to do. There's nothing I have in agenda that I need to do. I just things I feel fascinated with, and then I feel that I can do, and that's next thing is I keep on practicing that. So.
Multiple talents. Like, so how did you get started with the film? Like the film, how did you prepare?
Yeah, that was actually, I would say, I had auditioned, I put my resume and everything for, on that I was available. So this short movie, I think they were making in nearby Richmond area, which is, I live in Virginia, Northern Virginia, and that is not far from me. And so I was just like impressed that, I said, for me, who has not much experience in movies, this was my first movie. And I said, this director thought that I could do that role. And I said, for me, it was kind of fascinating and interesting because and I wanted to learn. I mean, I went there just to learn how it is done. Of course, I've done a lot of TV hosting, and that I have done 150 episodes, and so I feel better with that. But that movie part, I looked at the script and I showed to my family, and they said, "What kind of script is that?" You know, they said, "You are a doctor. You shouldn't be doing that kind of role." I said, with movies, thing is, you want to do movies roles which are not stereotypical. You want to go beyond your kind of norm, right? If somebody asked me to become a doctor in a movie, or it's very easy because you've been doing that. If somebody asked me to become store owner or something on those lines, or then they say, "Oh, normally you talk very soft and all that." What kind of dialogue is that? That it is so rude and obnoxious person that you are never. I said, "Well, that's all acting is. Acting is it's a different. It is just on that stage that you are that person. Normally, you're not." Okay, so then they say, "Okay, that's fine in this sense." So I went there, and with COVID, as you know, you have to be really careful. So I asked them, "Where is the shooting?" They said it's outdoor and it's on location. There are not too many people. Will be careful with us, COVID precautions and so forth. So okay, that's fine. So we did that, and I did not come out of the car till the scene was announced, and then and on my way, it is 2 hour drive from where I live, and on my way I used to I'm looking at and cramming that dialogues again and again. And I'm a person, if you ask me to interview and talk for hours, I can talk with you on any topics, and we can. I don't like scripted. I'm not a scripted person.
Okay.
So I said, it's very hard to actually remember dialogue and do perfectly right. And the other problem is you could be perfectly right, the other person might mess it up, and you have to. I think we did a lot of retakes, but it wasn't my problem. Problem was the other person was laughing, changing expression. So moment they do that, because you are acting, and this you look at this person and you say, what F words and all that, and then the other person takes it and then starts laughing, then guess what happens? Then they have to redo the scene.
Yeah.
So that was funny about that, but it was fun. I had a great time with all the actors. They were really nice, down to earth people, and they kind of didn't make me feel that I was first timer there. So there was definitely a lot of learning.
Let's get the name of the movie and the name of the movie.
Yeah, it was Help Me Help Yourself.
And it's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. I think we had 22,000 hits already, so it's pretty
wow.
Good.
The position you played, like, did you have any experience prior, like, to working at a gas station, like a clerk at a gas station?
No, I never did. But of course, we all go to 7-Elevens and gas station all the time. So it is funny when they ask me that, oh, you are playing that. Did they pay you a lot to come here? I said, no, is my scene is 1 minute only too. I mean, how much they're going to pay for? So I said, no, it's not about payment. They said, no, that must not be true. I said, no, that's true. I just came because I want to support them. It's a nice, small kind of role. Is nothing fancy about it. So we did that, and it was to me, I kind of learned a lot that you have to practice a little bit. But I think staff was very nice. They made me very easy, and then they said, let's practice that scenario. And there was, I think, our female, the actress, the lady, which I basically scold, and I am not good with her. That lady, actually, she said, let's rehearse a couple of times. So we did that rehearsal. But she was very nice. She was very nice.
Yeah. So what about the song? The song, like, what went into the creative process?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a scripted person. I just go by creativity. If it comes, and you feel like that you can do that. I mean, in my life, I've never written even a nota point. Okay. So I was working as doctor, with the hospital on call, working, and with COVID, as you know, we see a lot of kind of tragic scenes, when families have to say goodbyes, and it's very heartbreaking, So, and then we see a lot of patients with COVID, and there is, like, we feel sorry that they are, first of all, sick, and then they are in their bad shape. So I was really overwhelmed with so many people coming to the ER that night, and then I did not know how to help them. So I felt very really down, and I was going backward. It was about 2-3 o'clock at night. I was going backwards from the ER, and then I met this person. She was cleaning the hallway, and I was like, I said, hello, how are you? And I said, maybe, and I said, oh, that person said, oh, I'm doing well. I said, oh, how is everything? I said, oh, I've been working for a couple of weeks now, and I don't have breaks. And I think the other person he was really tired at that time. Then there was another female too. And so I said, oh, you've been working continuously? Yeah, I mean, like the other person, they call off and then didn't show up. So I said, wow, sorry to hear that. But, then I felt that, yes, my work is there, being in medical profession, we see a lot of COVID patient, but this person, it really is very unique. Look at, they don't get paid very highly. They're cleaning floors, mopping, and also cleaning rooms. First of all, very dangerous, patients are there with COVID. And they're cleaning, and the person calls off sick, and still that person shows up. And what it tells you, this is really a gentle soul, a very nice person, who thinks that work is beyond anything. It's not about money, it is about saving lives. And that was a lot of inspiration, and I wanted to honor that kind of spirit. So I wrote that song in 1 hour. Can you believe that?
Wow.
1 hour. So it touched me, as I said, you are the person, I am sure. I said, money cannot reward you. It is the appreciation. And that person really felt great about it. I said, it's not about money, but it is about appreciation. And I will write a song for you, and I will take your picture. You will be in the video. And said, oh, really? I will be. I said, yes, you'll be famous one day, believe me. And I said, okay, but that's the minimum thing I can do for you. So I took pictures, and, I shared with them. So I said, I'm going to do this for you. And, it'd be, so I finished the song, and then I had some person edit it, and then we discuss music, what should be that happen next day. But the whole song was written in 1 hour, and I thought everything kind of just came. I said, what should I write? Then I said, okay, exactly how the events happened. I was on call, I'm working, I feel exhausted, and I'm so depressed, I'm going backwards, and I feel there is no end to it. And then I get this amazing soul, and that's basically gives my energy back. I wash my face, as you can see, and I said, all we can do is give hug. I wish I could hold those people passing away who have to say goodbye last time to their family. That's the best we can do. Sometimes there is no medication, there's nothing I can do, you know. And I said, it really touched some of the, nerves.
That's amazing hard because like a lot of people in the medical profession, like they got to have the right intentions and the right heart to work with patients and nurturing.
Yeah, and also when you are there, you feel helpless in that there's things, of course, we do and save lives, but sometimes we feel so sad because that gets beyond us. We cannot save someone, and the problem is this could have been prevented. This could have been fixed. you know uh, I think other day I met somebody was 25-year-old diabetic Spanish lady, female. And I said, why she's on insulin? And I said, you're young, you know, why did you what happened? And she said, oh, I was diabetic diagnosed, but I didn't pay attention. I thought it is gonna get better, and I did not control my weight, and then I did not take medication either because young, they don't care about. And then guess what happened? I said, I feel so sorry. Now you are on insulin, and to live with that life, to give you injections every day, and that is, a lot of work. A lot of work,
Yeah.
and your life will change. So I felt really that motivates me to write and do programs. And my book Lifestyle is also based on myself. you know that's how I learned to change my life. And uh, not only we wrote book, we do now shows, we do TV station, we do everything to educate, help, encourage people to learn and pay attention to their health.
Yeah, I need to tune in and maybe cop a book, get a book, cause like I need to diet better. Like I'm insulin resistant. I'm skinny, but like I'm insulin resistant. Like my hormone don't absorb the sugar that well. I gotta lay off the cakes and the sweets. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is true. This is what so I was also diabetic, by the way. So I became diabetic. I was never before, and that's what prompted me to write. So I became diabetic, and even still, I was testing, and I didn't feel that it was enough motivation till one day I was driving and my heart skipped beat. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and then I felt darkness all over, and I thought I was going to lose my consciousness. And then I stopped, and I had my heart check and everything. They said, there's nothing wrong with your heart, but you should lose weight. And cardiologist, I said, no, I'm not big on diet. It's hard. So I went to dietitian. Dietitian basically gave me powder and said, go ahead and eat. And I said, wow. I looked at my wife and said, I love food. I love food. I said, I can't live with these powders. This is very traumatic. So, but I said, well, there must be a way. There must be a better way of doing things. So the more I thought, I said, okay, give me the paperwork. I will look at and see. I should come up with a way I can get rid of this or control it. And I'm going to show up every week. I'm going to lose weight, and I'm not going to follow the powder diet. And she laughed and she said, okay, I'll see how long you last. I said, well, I tell you, I'm going to last way long you ever think. And it's been 4 years. Okay. So every week I showed up Every week I showed up. I lost half pound, and it was fascinating for her to see that I did not follow their diet. But I said I will still keep on showing. Whole year, she was very nice to let me check the weight every week because it kind of prompted me to work hard every week. So every week I'm careful about eating, losing weight, and keep watching my sugars. So I got rid of my medications within 1 month, diabetic medication. So then my weight started falling. You're skinny, but insulin resistance can be there. But if you eat things which are very high in glycemic index, which need a lot of insulin, then you are stressing your pancreas, and then that's the thing we all need to learn. Okay.
Okay.
So if one thing is the insulin resistance is created by either fat if you gain weight, that's true, but it can be also inherent resistant. But if you spare your pancreas, if you eat food which are slow in absorption, slow in sugars, and they don't have that kind of need for so much strong. What happens as soon as we eat, the sugar goes up, insulin secreted in like rush, and it brings it down. But if we eat food which are very gentle, where sugars goes up, that's called glycemic index. And those are gentle food, fibers and, natural sugars, okay, not artificial. So those, if you eat that, then is going to help you. So it's not as bad effect on your, uh, then these will be gentle on you. So as a result, your pancreas won't be burnt out. The other thing is, make sure if you're drinking alcohol, do not drink, okay? Because alcohol is really very, very toxic, not only to liver, but it actually creates pancreatitis, and it can kill pancreas. So those, stay away from alcohol, stay totally 100%.
Okay.
Stay away from high sugary stuff, because otherwise you will, if you don't listen, or if I did not listen, then guess what would have happened? I would be still diabetic, blood pressure, my heart was bad shape, irregular. uh, so after that, after I lost 100 pounds, by the way. So 100 pounds I
Great.
lost. Yeah, and not only lost, kept it 4 years, never ever again. Okay, and so I tell all my patients too. I say, well, I am the one, uh, you know, actually did it, and there are not many books, even in literature, where they say you can maintain 100 pounds for so many years down. The first thing is, of course, getting to the success, but the other, maintaining, is a different ballgame. So then to maintain it, they also need a lot of work. So I do exercise, which is walking, not running. By the way, you can also do, so there are parts in our body which does not need insulin. One is muscles, the other is brain. Okay. So brain is going to continue using glucose, but it has a limit. But muscles, if you exercise and walk, let's say if somebody eats and walk after every meal, or some, guess what will happen? The body will get rid of, does not need too much insulin to digest it. Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense? Very simple. So there is a way to do things. So especially in the evening, people tend to eat more, and I did too. So I tend to do more walking in the evening. So because I know I'm going to go to bed after that. And then guess what? All the sugar which is absorbed from the stomach into the blood has to be kind of kept somewhere. So liver is an organ which keeps all that. So then it is released gradually to the body and kind of dispose of wherever it has to go. But the problem is, if you feed too much of that at once, it's very toxic for body. It's like dumping so much stuff on the body and saying, do it,
Yeah.
why you want to do that, in just small portions. Be gentle to your body and find a way to help your body with eating less sugary stuff, walking, You can walk after every meal. That's perfect. Okay. And then that's gonna help you, so your muscle will burn some of the glucose. It doesn't have to sit in the liver, so help your body. So
Yes, sir.
that's so if we do that, then we are healthy. Okay. Then we don't need to be on so many medications. So as a result, my heart kind of improved after that. I never had a regular heartbeat. And then I never have problem with diabetes. My A1C improved from 7 to 5.1, okay, without medication, and that's a big achievement. So then all that insulin resistance because of my fat, it's see, the insulin resistance happens from one is of course fat all over, but main insulin resistance also happens in your stomach intestine. So if the first layer of fat is around intestine, and that creates which we call visceral fat, a lot of viscera, belly fat. So that is very toxic to body because it really has to produce a lot of insulin to counter that. So anything you can do to your insulin resistance is going to help you.
Thank you for the education.
Yeah.
Before we go, like being a motivational speaker, like what got you into that? Like how did you transform into a motivational speaker?
So it is like I said, I am just sharing my experiences to people and make difference to. So I thought of when this happened, I shared some of my experience with a few of my patients, and they loved it. And I said, okay, that one person in particular, he lost 120 pounds. Okay. I helped him. So it's a big difference from 360 some plus pound to without medication. When your words can change somebody's life. So, and then educate and being example yourself. I thought that is nothing more powerful than that. Right.
Yes, sir.
Doing medication is one thing. I can give medication, as many medications somebody wants, but that is nothing as one person, if their whole life changes because they got the idea correctly because I said so, or as I am guiding them, that for me it means a lot. A lot of people, of course I've sold more than 4,000-5,000 copies of book, but my neighbors, my family, my friends, a lot of them change their lifestyle because how I told them or what I wanted to convey to them. So I thought that is very powerful. So that motivated me more to come up with more ideas I'm still learning to help people to understand, why they make wrong choices, why they go for bad choices, and they don't understand that the real choice is to take care of your health. And no one else gets better. It's you. You are the one going to benefit from it, not me, but you yourself. So
And where can we find your links, like your social links and all that?
yeah, so I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. And, I'm also my website is lifestyletvchannel.com. My Twitter lifestyle TV channel, and Instagram also lifestyle TV USA. So on Facebook, I go by Dr. Moby also. So I think I've done 150 shows now on lifestyle. You can check any episodes, and many are my patients too, and they came and they got better with lifestyle changes, and they wanted to share the experience. So that kind of you can check all the episodes. So my TV is Lifestyle TV USA. You can Google it, and you will see all the episodes.
It was awesome talking to you today, and you shared like some wonderful information, and I appreciate you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. And I know you asked me in the end also about monetization for podcasts.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I have the Anchor FM podcast, and from the downloads you get some money from that. Uh, I don't know. Did you do that, Anchor FM?
Yeah, I had 10,000 views on when I first started. Then I switched to the program, and then I lost those views, and I switched back to Anchor. And I think I have to get 200 views to get sponsors.
Oh, it's father. Okay, yeah. So yeah, 200 views. Okay, yeah. We got on my YouTube channel, we got 1,000, actually 2,500, and then once you get to 4,000 of viewership, then you get. So on YouTube is little different. Anchor FM, yeah. With every download, you get some. You know, we get for our TV channel, we get sponsors for our shows, but we'll be very happy to help you to if you want on our channel, no problem. I mean,
I
I have a
appreciate
TV
it.
station, we have TV station, we just do so if you get you more views, sure.
Thank you, thank you. So on Free Time Free Spill, episodes air every Friday, and thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you, Dr. Moby.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having.
I'll
Take
talk
care.
to you later.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lifestyle with Dr. Moby. I'm Dr. Moby, and today we are honored with great coach Medina with us. And let's hear from him actually directly. And
Hello, Dr. Moby. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Very good. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. And as far as I understand, I had discussion with him before that, and he is a really great coach and teaching a lot of debates and holding competitions. And I think we were talking about movies. So let's know a little more about it.
Yes. So my name is Dr. Christopher Medina, but most people call me Coach. They call me Coach because for 7 years I was the head speech and debate coach of the Great Debaters, the team that was made famous by the Denzel Washington movie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also the founder and executive director of the National HBCU Speech and Debate Association.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of my background with speech and debate. Is I've been teaching it and competing in it for a number of decades.
Okay. And do you think right now there is more need of that kind of conversation and debating these issues because first of all, because of COVID and the whole situation because of that?
Yeah, actually, I think that COVID has shined a spotlight on our education system.
Mhm.
And that our education system, one, is not engaging our students.
Mhm.
And second, it's not preparing them for the economy and the evolving economy. Really, what's going on is schools are not preparing students with how to think, they're
Mhm.
teaching them what to think.
Mhm.
So we need to change our education system to look more towards teaching students skills that they need, like
Mhm.
critical thinking, communication, the ability to see things from multiple perspectives, which creates empathy. And so there needs to be a fundamental focus shift for our educational system.
Mhm. So tell me about your programs. You have done a lot of programs for the school, right? And
Correct.
and so, what age group normally you deal with?
So I've been teaching college for a number of years. I started coaching speech and debate at the high school level,
Mhm.
but have been coaching speech and debate at the college level. But in addition to that, I've actually, when I was at Wiley College, I created and implemented and studied the first debate across the curriculum program in higher education. And the goal of that program actually was to teach the fundamentals of argumentation to students who are incoming, and then reinforce that with debates or discussion assignments in every classification of every major. And then I actually studied it and its effect on critical thinking and engagement. So now what we're doing is creating programs that we can roll out at schools and school districts, really K through 20, both at elementary, middle school, high school, and collegiate levels.
Mhm. So how can we, so how it is, do you give it like specific days or program to the schools? How it's implemented, pretty much?
So the idea is to actually teach teachers how to integrate these high engagement activities into their classrooms. These activities which create critical thought, whether they be debates or discussions. For example, if you're in a history class and you're learning about Brown versus Board of Education, we might set up a mock trial with students as justices and other students, proposing this initiative and others negating, where the justices can then ask questions about their case and argumentation and so forth. So it gets them to look deeper and to truly analyze, the material itself. When we implemented, this program at Wiley, we saw that 82% of students reported that they learned more because of their debating the material. So it's that high activity, high engagement activity, as well as the analysis of the material, which creates that engagement and creates that learning.
Yeah, that's actually very smart. I mean, I can imagine if I was kid at that age, and then if they had that kind of activity, that is, because first of all, you're going to go home and study about it, or at least you should know. But even if I don't know anything, still I can learn a lot about just watching it, because that's going to stick a lot in mind rather than reading a book and then kind of coming up. And many times, maybe it happens that when we are seeing that, that point sticks to us. Maybe actually, it's for me, even I maybe know that story 100 times, but that angles, never kind of occurred to me or, to someone. Oh, maybe that part was missing in that story, right?
Yeah, when students are reading a book, it's more of a passive learning, right? So they're absorbing the material, but they're not really utilizing it. So there's no analysis. It really stops at more of the identification, if you're familiar with Bloom's taxonomy. But when you actually have to utilize that material, know that material to be able to answer questions or refute arguments, you have to, that material has to be ingrained within you in order to be able to recall it immediately and how to actually utilize it within the arguments themselves. So it's a much deeper form of learning. It creates higher order thinking skills.
That is true. Now, what age group do you find kind of most helpful to actually learn that, or more engaged rather than?
Actually, all age groups. And I'll give you an example. My wife actually teaches pre-K, so pre-kindergarten. And she, before the holidays, had said, I'm having a real hard time with my students.
Mm.
We try to get them up and speaking. We try to ask them what they want for Christmas and so forth. And they're not engaging. And I said, try this. Take a student, have them stand in the front of the room and ask them what the best toy in the world is and ask them why. And they'll give you an answer. And then ask another student, what's the best toy you think in the world and why are they wrong?
Mm.
And it created a debate, right? So it doesn't have to be a formalized, debate. It can be a discussion. And students are, immediately engaged when they get to, talk about how they feel about something or talk about their ideas. And so that engagement, it creates learning at all levels.
Oh yeah, I mean that is very smart, actually, very smart. Because you just create out of nowhere, and I always find, if we had when we were kids and learning in school, if we had this kind of class where I had to go to debate class, I'd say, oh my God, what kind of class is that? But if you kind of mix it up with, like you're saying, give a student an essay, it's just kind of natural flow, and then you're not nervous and you are actually at ease. And I mean, at my age, I remember, my first speech was actually on the self-confidence, and I remember there was a VIP came in. Basically, I had to present before Minister of Education. So that was my, so they asked me to do that. I had to speak in Arabic, and that wasn't my first language, or I had no idea. But I kind of crammed up the whole Arabic thing, and then I just said in, but I was trembling.
And that's okay. That's okay. You can reinforce that confidence by letting students know that it's okay when they're up and presenting, right?
Yeah.
So if you reaffirm them and say, that's great, what do you think about this? It can actually spur them to engage even more, right? So, there are different ways to engage students. And you're right. It is so important to get students to have that confidence in those abilities. Mm-hmm. A recent survey with CEOs, about 90% of them said that there's a skills gap that exists. And a lot of those skills are problem solving, analytical skills, communication, working in groups, and so forth. And so teaching students these debate skills is going to help them in the evolving economy.
Okay, and for a basic learner to start with, who's a shy person or has never, what are some of the steps they can kind of learn to, or at least practice a little bit?
Actually, truth be told, I'm very, very shy. I'm an introvert. I like to say I'm an introvert by nature and extrovert by trade. Mm. And when I first started, one of the things that used to help me, and I always tell my students this, is I would think to myself, okay, nobody's ever died from this. I'm going to be okay, And if you can actually reassure yourself, you're going to get through this. There's a thing that we do to ourselves. It's called negative self-talk. I can't do this. I'm not going to be good. I'm not good enough. Turn that into positive self-talk. I can do this. I'm good enough, and that will help with that confidence level. Self-affirmations, in the mornings, I'm strong, I'm powerful. People want to hear what I have to say. And if you keep telling yourself that, eventually it will seep into your subconscious.
And I think that is true. And, I think for most people like myself, I was also like, earlier years, I've never used to have forget about I'm now in TV all the time, but at that time I wouldn't even have 5 sentences, because I was like, oh my God, what people will think. I know what happened after I turned now a certain age. Everything is gone, and I have been doing this forever, but it's not true.
Right. And that's the other thing is the second step is fake it until you make it. Right.
Yeah, I get it.
If you project confidence, then people will believe that you're confident, even if you don't feel confident inside. Mm-hmm. So your biology affects your psychology, right? So if looking confident, eventually you'll start to think confidently.
Yes, and that is so true. And I think people should never underestimate their powers. And everybody thinks that they have these. And this is, I mean, I see both ways. Some people think they have 5 qualities or 1 quality or 2, or they are strong. That's good to know your strengths too. But there are other things which you are strong always, but you never even explored it or never thought of that because A, you never practiced it. B, you didn't get chance, or all of the above, right? So if you basically tried that and might hate it at first, but maybe that is your strength, and many times I see that happening all the time. I mean,
Yeah, a lot of people think that public speaking skills or communication skills are you're born with them, but you can develop them, right? You can work on them and hone those skills, and over time, you'll get a lot better with them. But you got to start somewhere, and you just have to start trying and doing.
And that is true. So also, I want to ask you also, which I've seen over the years, what's the difference between girls and boys in terms of that capability?
There is none.
No.
I believe that men and women have the same cognitive abilities. I have in a debate competed against women who whooped me, and there is no difference in terms of cognitive abilities. It depends on the culture that those individuals are in and the nurturing that those individuals have. But in terms of actual cognitive ability and biological cognitive ability, there's no difference.
Okay. Now, what I meant to say is, would they speak more sentences per, for arguing sake, or would they, the style, what I meant is the style, would they be a little different how they perceive or argue?
Yeah, and I think that there is a difference, right? So studies show that men actually think more linearly, right? They think step by step.
That's what
And women have a tendency to think cyclically in cycles or circles.
Yeah.
And, the reasons for that, could be upbringing, could be culture, could be whatever it is. But the studies show that men and women do think differently. So the organization of thoughts and learning that organization and implementing that organization really helps, which is something that debate teaches, which is why I've been, whooped by men and women because it teaches that organization.
No, yeah, what I found is very interesting is, we say that, for women, they can actually use both part of their cerebral hemisphere and actually argue sometimes way better than we do. We tend to be very straight shooter and just say yes, no, or kind of maybe a little bit, but they can look a little far and they can just go on sideways and can really beat you, because if you're not paying attention, because you get all of a sudden, oh my God, you never thought that, because we are like, many times I've seen, we are more like tunnel type approach, tunnel vision. So
it's that linear approach, right?
Yeah, linear, tunnel, whatever you call. So we are not looking left and right because for some reason we don't, I mean,
and actually what you said, has a lot of weight to it, because when individuals think linearly, right, they don't think in terms of connecting to the emotion or the pathos, as we call it in speech making. And so like storytelling, right? Storytelling has a lot of power emotionally, but also in terms of being able to teach lessons or tie ideas together. So those individuals who have a broader scope and can see to their sides and utilize storytelling and so forth actually have a greater advantage. You're right.
Yeah. So that's what I found very fascinating, is just how they, that is, I mean, there could be little difference how they perceive, or, sometimes, the cultural differences has originated, but you're absolutely right. There's no difference in cognitive abilities. Probably if I had to grade, I would say they are a little more cognitively more stronger than us in terms of, ability to analyze things sideways and kind of 3D. So pretty much we are like 1D or 2D, and they will give little 3D kind of component. And so then you have to be a little bit careful.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, a 3D thinker is dangerous.
Yeah, 3D is, because there is emotional, then there is it's a straight 2D which we are thinking, but somehow we and there's like both ways. You can say yes, most of things probably you don't need 3D, or some you do, but if you have capability, of course, by all means, that is way better. Now tell me what things we can do. I know you are implementing a lot of schools programs and helping them. So what other schools can benefit where Coach Medina is not there? So what things they should be doing?
So they need to develop activities that are going to be engaging to the students and get them thinking and up and speaking. Those are the main requirements. And however it is that they do that, whether it is a traditional debate, whether we have other events when we compete. One of the events that we have is called interpretation of literature. What we do is we actually make argument with literature and then act out the literature. So that appeals to a different type of students, creative students, and helps with social emotional learning. So there are different types of activities, and it doesn't have to be just a straight debate. As long as it's engaging the students, getting them to think critically and getting them up and speaking, then the students are going to develop these skills that are going to help them.
Mm-hmm. And who do you, some of the role models, I'm sure you have a lot of them. So tell me a few which anybody can actually watch and get inspired.
So one of my role models, and I think who is absolutely amazing, is Barack Obama. And I don't care what you think about his politics. In terms of his cognitive ability, his presentation style, his presentation skills, the words that he uses, all of those things that a good speech maker utilizes, he harnesses every one of those. So Barack Obama is an amazing speaker. And like I said, regardless of politics, there are, if we look in history, of course, MLK, probably one of the most prolific speakers ever, because he had such a unique ability to touch the emotions while also having amazing support to his arguments and structured so well, which are all the different elements that you need in order to be effective. So those are probably two of the most prolific.
And my favorite was Ronald Reagan.
Amazing, the great communicator, right?
Yeah, I've still kind of I've seen him many times. Luckily, I was growing up at that age, and I used to watch his speech, and I said, "Oh my God, this guy knows what to say." His words were so simple, but so mixed up with emotions, and delivery was so perfect because he was probably actor.
Yeah, and actually, I think that has a lot to do with it, right? He was in touch with his emotions. He was able to portray those emotions. Like, he could go from a speech like "tear down this wall" to when the Challenger crashed, and his speech to "touch the face of God." Absolutely, from one extreme to another, but was able to use that emotional ability to convey exactly what the audience needed to hear at that time. Because we have to remember that a speech or discourse or what have you is not necessarily for us, it's for our audience. And he understood that and was able to tap the emotions to make it more effective for the audience. Amazing speaker.
Yes. And over the years, yes, Barack Obama is also favorite. But, the only thing which I sometimes find is that some of the words, they could be a little more difficult to kind of, maybe he's so intellectual that it goes above you sometimes.
Yeah, in actuality, you're right, because a lot of people think that when you use vocabulary words, or higher level vocabulary words, that you're speaking above them, and you're not speaking to them, you're speaking at them. So that can affect. Actually, I think that was one of the reasons why, I was effective or successful, is because growing up, I didn't know I was smart. I really thought I was stupid. My family worked in warehouses. I thought I would work in a warehouse. And I didn't know that I had learning disabilities. And when I got into debate, I was able to break down concepts and speak to the average person, which is why I was more effective than a lot of students who were in the honors classes and so forth. So you're absolutely right. You can speak above somebody and it actually has a negative effect.
And that I have seen a lot, when I was also growing up, and one of the actually thing they used to look at is how many complex words you can speak, or how many things to kind of show off a little bit that how, well versed are you with literature or blah, blah, blah. But I find now that, at that time, maybe I thought that was the way, that was the style. But now I think that was totally wrong style, because like you said, if you cannot come down to a normal person and just cannot express and talk, this is kind of very hard. Now, being a doctor, I've seen that. I mean, my book is called Keep It Simple, Diet, Sleep, and Exercise. Now, I have tried to kind of come up with very simple words and kind of really lower the vocabulary way down from medical terminology, because for me, being doctor is very easy to use medical terms. And many times patients start looking at it and say, what does that mean even, so, but then it comes to my mind saying, oh, you don't even know that simple term. But the problem is, then I back off and say, no, he's right, he or she is right, because how would they know? They're not medical,
Yeah, there's actually two things to that. One is that you have to understand who your audience is, right? Different audiences, you're going to speak differently, to those audiences. So if you're doing a speech or giving a speech to a general audience, you don't want to speak over their heads. But if you're speaking at a medical conference, your language would be different, I would assume.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But also the second thing is that there's actually a wide sweeping movement that's gaining momentum that is shifting towards plain language, that legal terms, medical terms, people aren't understanding these. And so they're not engaged in whatever it is. They're not engaged in their legal defense. They're not engaged in, even their medical treatments and so forth, because they can't understand them. So there's actually a movement that's going more towards plain language. And you're absolutely right. I think it's a necessity.
Yeah, and I since that day and now, so my book is kind of, we try to do such a simple, but sometimes still I get a comment saying, the language you have used in the book, it just goes above me. And I said, I'm sorry, but okay, we'll try to watch my shows, and because I kind of tried to dilute as much as I could. But still, it is natural for me to kind of slip once a while into terminology which I don't want, but it will happen, because it is how I was trained for so many years, so it's going to happen. That's true. But in medical conference, that's true. But same stands for, I think, medical conference also. I have to tell that also for the medical research and a lot of things, unfortunately still is not able to help a lot of common people. They will be good at number of cases. They'll be good at research. They'll be good at data. They'll say, okay, this is this is that. And, did it help? Not really. Now, give you example of COVID vaccine. Look at the vaccine. We have COVID, and they are not able to control for so many months, and right now, and such a disaster. But the vaccine protocol, finally they got that, and now they're developing. This technology was developed 30 years ago. The original vaccine, which we get every flu shot every year, that was developed in 1900s. Okay? And the question is, why in the world there was a delay from 1900 to that? I mean, we can reach moon, but we can't make a vaccine even. So
and actually it creates a lot of fear, right? Because a lot of people think, well, this deadly virus, and they've created this vaccine in 9 or 10 months or whatever it is, and they don't understand the background because no one's explaining it to them. No one explains that they started this decades ago, and they're just putting in the relevant material that makes it effective for this virus. And so I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding, but there's also the misunderstanding because people are not analyzing the information that's given to them, right? So when people are given this information that says there's this vaccine available, they simply look at it and feel a certain way and justify that feeling rather than looking at it and looking at the background of that information, looking at the facts, looking that it was started decades ago.
Yeah.
So I think that there is a fundamental desire for people to just look at the information that is fed to them rather than diving deeper and actually analyzing.
Yeah, and that is, it was kind of eye-opening still. And I think the debate as well as communication is so important for all reasons. I mean, COVID is one example, mask is another example. I think, the government has not done so far, as much education. There was kind of mixed messages first. And that didn't have high hope they keep on kind of improving lives and making difference. And I think we all are in it and are together. And I think our job is my job, your job, that to promote all that for everyone. Right?
Yeah, and you made a great point about saying we're all in it together. One of the problems, is not just in terms of COVID or those types of debates, the political debates, but there's also the social debates. There is racial relations. There are differences, fundamental differences among different groups in society. And because we're not having discussions, we're not seeing things from other people's perspectives, right? So that's creating conflict rather than having civil discourse and try to look for solutions.
And that is great. Yeah, it was pleasure talking to you, and I personally learned a lot.
Dr. Moby, thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute pleasure to be here.
Okay, so any final message for my audience?
Well, the only thing I want to say is that we can change the education system and we can help our kids to be prepared for the future.
And together.
Yes, together, absolutely, always together.
Always together, and so let's do together and keep working on together. Take care. Thank you for watching our show. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Good evening or good afternoon, whichever time zone is that. But let's welcome our guest today, and her name is Orsika Julia, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. And we were having conversation before this, and it was very interesting that I lived in UP and she's also UPER. And people who don't know, UPER is the upper part of Peninsula, Michigan. Really a nice place to live, and I have great memories of that place. So I am so happy to see her, knowing that she's from that place. So let's welcome Orsika. How are you doing now?
Oh my gosh, I'm so super great. We just got home about 15 minutes ago from a blizzard because I currently live in Grand Rapids and we have blizzard conditions. So it reminded me of living in the UP. And then, so I'm loving it.
Okay, great. Yeah. I think, the Grand Rapids I used to, whenever you had to go to Lower Michigan, of course. And I'm sure you have been to Mackinac Island many times.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a great place. If anybody didn't visit Mackinac Island, maybe you should go. That's really a nice place to visit.
I think everybody should go to Mackinac. Yeah.
Yeah, Mackinac is a great place. So today's topic is very important, and that is we're gonna have two sections to that. And it is so important for relationship. Actually, I was talking to her. Our first topic was for relationships. And now this topic is about a very important part of relationship, and that is domestic abuse. And the reason for two reasons we are approaching Valentine's, and it's important that to realize relationships have boundaries, and those are very important to realize. Anything you do should have boundaries and should have disciplines. And so let's talk a little bit about first, what is domestic abuse or violence?
So there's domestic abuse and there's domestic violence.
Okay.
And they're both when your partner, your domestic partner, intentionally will, how can I explain this? Will intentionally cause harm to you, either physically, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually. Like it's an intended behavior.
Okay, so that is their intended behavior, and same also stands even if it wasn't unintended, but you can tell that no, it hurts, right?
Yeah, and it's funny because, you know, some people are like, oh, I didn't mean to hurt her, but when it's a pattern, it might be a subconscious intention. So I'm not saying, you know, the abuser is like, oh, I'm going to punch her in the face today. You know, it's not a conscious choice, but it's still a choice from whatever they experienced that led them to that existence.
So that is very important. So, you know, what I see in relationships, it's both ways actually, but of course more between usually for men, that they don't realize that their action might hurt, or there could be something, you know, or it could be even, you know, spousal relationship, could be friend, could be colleague. Yeah, so I think first thing is very important for all of us for awareness is to say, I'm sorry, but this action hurts us.
Yes.
Right. And
Yes.
you can be very polite. You don't have to be, you know, in any way, you know, but you can be firm and you can just say, you know, I'm sorry, but your action, your way of asking, or maybe you meant it, you didn't mean it, but it hurts us.
Right.
Right. And, you know, it could be anything. It could be any bias, right?
Yes, and that's the important thing. So when you're in a healthy relationship, then you can say, hey, your action really hurt my feelings. But when you're in a domestic abuse situation, then the partner's not going to listen more often than not, right? Oftentimes abusers are narcissists. Not all narcissists are abusers, but oftentimes abusers are narcissists. And so they're out for their own agenda. So you can say, you know, like, again, in a healthy relationship, what you did yesterday or what you just did 20 minutes ago really hurt my feelings. But oftentimes the abuser will be like, that's your problem, because they're self-serving and they don't care about the other person's feelings.
Mm-hmm. And that is so true. So absolutely. So in that context, but I'm sure those have also probably originated or you know, gone bad after some time. So maybe I'm talking about the really initial phase, maybe. Yeah. Because I think one thing I see is many times, especially females will ignore some of these.
Oh, absolutely. And
they will say, maybe he or she will change, but that doesn't happen.
No, and that's where boundaries are so important, right? And I allowed my boundaries to not exist, and that's how I ended up in an abusive situation. I had low self-esteem and I didn't set those boundaries, and I didn't say this is acceptable behavior and this is not acceptable behavior, because had I said that, then I'm 100% certain that I wouldn't have stayed for almost 5 years. Yeah. Had I said that in the beginning, I would have been like, you know what? I'm out. Your behavior is juvenile. But I didn't understand the concept of boundaries at that point, especially in a domestic relationship. I just didn't understand it. And, you know, no matter how old you are, it's okay to give yourself grace to not understand the dynamics of certain relationships.
And I always find, you know, I have interviewed few, you know, domestic abuse survivors. And one thing is they always like to share is that they wish that they had done something earlier, or they should have consulted or talked to their friend or somebody, or well-wisher or anyone. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very important to realize it's not a normal thing, and
right.
It should never be. But you know, I understand some of maybe relationship they think it's part of it, but it's not. Right? So
Yeah, that's not healthy.
yeah, it's not healthy. And then, so those are very important. Now, let's also talk about what do you think actually makes it more vulnerable? Let's say, is it some habits, or is it maybe, let's say, somebody is drinking, somebody is having these gambling issues, or something? Does that make it work?
Well, so interestingly enough, when I was with the abuser, when he was drinking, he was actually nicer.
Oh,
So which is really backwards, because oftentimes what you're saying is totally true, that the alcohol or the gambling or the whatever else is what triggers the misbehavior, the bad decisions. And so, yeah, my situation was just very unique in that when he was drinking, then he was actually nicer. So I would oftentimes hand him a drink because I couldn't deal with the reality of who he was, without the alcohol. And so I would just hand him a drink, but usually the alcohol and those addictive personalities exasperate the behaviors for sure.
And also it's important to realize that, it is kind of universal, unfortunately. Domestic abuse, violence, we have seen all cultures, some more, some less, and it's been prevalent. And yes, you're right, drinking, gambling, maybe extramarital affairs, cheating, all can make it a kind of trigger. But the problem with behavior is there already.
Right.
Those could be triggers, but so let's say if normal person loses job, or they have financial hardship, or they're drinking, not everybody will be having those issues. So yes, those can be triggered, but we have to understand the problem is the pattern. The problem is the behavior itself is wrong.
Right.
Right.
And that behavior and that pattern started not just when, my situation. So in my situation, the pattern didn't just start when we met, right? The pattern had been there for years and years and years. So it's really important for people to understand that this is a problem that the abuser is having internally. So let it be upbringing, whatever happened in their life, right? Or let it be brain damage, because oftentimes, there could be brain damage, and then that jars the brain, and all of a sudden they're not behaving appropriately. So I know that most people want to throw those stones at the abuser, but if you look at them as the human that they're created to be, and you really delve into their past, then oftentimes you can see I'm not condoning their behavior. Please understand, it is not okay, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at them from a human perspective, then you can see what triggered them to lead them into how they're treating other people. So most commonly, their self-respect is zero, because if they had any self-respect, they wouldn't behave in the ways that they behave. So what caused their self-respect to be, like below sea level, basically? And if you can grasp that, then you can see it from a more human side, and it's easier to forgive yourself for putting yourself in that abusive situation and the abuser for abusing. And forgiveness is really the key to healing completely.
Yeah. Okay, and actually that is true. But we'll talk also about. So I think also tell us a little bit. Since it's, first of all, I would like to basically appreciate that you came on this show and sharing. It means a lot. It means a lot. I mean, you need a lot of guts and strength to share that painful memories and share that for good of people. So to understand, so nobody else in your situation, or maybe hopefully not, but if somebody is in that, they realize that this is wrong, and then they need to get help, not have problem like the experience you had, right? So that's the whole point.
Absolutely.
So tell us what thing you think, if you look back, I'm sure hindsight is 20/20.
Always.
So if we look back, what things you think you could have done a little different?
Well, definitely, like I mentioned before, set those boundaries. And let me just back up here real quick. I just really appreciate being invited onto this podcast. Tremendously appreciate it, because it is important to speak as a domestic abuse survivor to other domestic abuse survivors. Because we have entirely, as a culture, I guess even worldwide, honestly,
Yeah.
you know, when you're a domestic abuse survivor, nobody speaks of it. It's very hush hush. And how can we heal others, and how can we help others come out of that quicksand if we're not willing to speak about it? So anyway, that all being said, boundaries, you know, if I would have appreciated boundaries a little bit better, then I would have been able to avoid a lot.
And that is true. So so awareness, boundaries, and then other thing is self-value.
Right.
Basically value yourself. No one, no human being, or not even animal, nobody deserves, so that their values for everyone. Everybody is unique. Everybody should be well respected, and everybody, it doesn't matter what your ethnic background is, what colors you have, what religion you have. We all should have respect boundaries, and we should respect it. People can have opinions, but you cannot go below a certain level, right?
Absolutely. Yes. And that's, you know, self-respect and boundaries, those two things. I wish I would have respected myself more, and I wish I would have set boundaries. But if I would have done that, I wouldn't be in the situation. And so I wouldn't be able to help those who are either in it or just getting out of it, you know, or have been out of it for 8 years and still feel lost and like they're in survival mode, because that does happen. You know, people get out of abusive situations and they're just in survival mode for a multitude of years, and they don't know how to get out of that pattern.
That's right. And also tell me a little bit about what was helpful and what wasn't so helpful.
As far as getting out of the situation?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was helpful? I had a great support system. So my family was very supportive. They knew before I did. They knew before I admitted the red flags. So when it was time to get out, they were extremely supportive, and they were like, what can we do? How can we help? You can move here, here, and here, because my family is spread throughout the US. So that was very, very helpful. What wasn't helpful was living in the abuse and living for fear of my life. The system, as we hear often, is broken, but it's broken on both sides. So by no means am I saying, oh, I'm the one who was abused and I should be protected 100% all the time, because there are people who play the victim role.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But what wasn't helpful was, once I got out of the situation and I went to group counseling in a women's shelter, I didn't know what the next steps were. There wasn't like a, now what, you know, to heal more effectively. So I had to really pave my own path.
So tell me about, you said your parents, your family they were supportive. What about your friends?
They were supportive too.
They were
Absolutely. Yes.
And then were you able to find resources like who to call? You say you had maybe shelter place, or?
I did. Actually, there were a lot of resources. And I honestly didn't want to admit that I was in a domestic abuse situation. I just knew that it was bad and I needed to get out. So I didn't go to the domestic abuse hotline, because there is a domestic abuse hotline. I didn't call them because I had the great support system. So I ended up just reaching out to local organizations from where I was living in the Chicago area, asking for help with, you know, setting up first and last month's rent and car insurance and that kind of stuff. That was not in the budget at the time, but I needed car insurance to get to work. So there's plenty of resources out there for the immediate help.
Okay. Also, I want to ask you, you think you were able to find, shelter, of course, but let's talk a little bit. I think very important point you mentioned about is finances. So what is important about is for everybody who's listening and also watching is make sure you have some kind of money with you for rainy day. Could be, I hope you don't have the abuse situation, but could be anything. But you should have these resources only known to you.
Yep.
And that is where a lot of abuse survivors actually they cannot get out because they are financially totally dependent, and then there's nothing they can do.
Right. That is so true. And it's so important to make a plan. So, abuse doesn't just happen overnight. Like the person doesn't, I shouldn't say it doesn't. That's a horrible broad brushing, but more often than not, abuse isn't like, oh, all of a sudden he punched me in the face. It slowly adds on and adds a snowball effect, right? And so when you see that snowball starting to roll down the hill, then take the action steps and start making a plan. So by all means, have a little cash stashed away. Definitely contact the authorities. What helped me is I went to the sheriff's department and I said, this is what happened to me last night. I am planning on moving my children and myself out of state. What do I need to do? And they said, get yourself to safety and we'll discuss it afterwards. So a lot of times the women and the men, because men get abused as well, they don't have a plan of action. They just want to get out. But if you have the opportunity to build a plan of action, let the authorities know that you're leaving and let them know why.
And so those are, and also like to know a little bit about some of the problems. You said some areas where you were in that Chicago area, and was there difficulty in getting county or usually it's a little more process, social service get involved and they come and then they, so was that a problem or was that also, I would like to ask you, was there some, in your case, physical abuse or no?
There was. Yep. There
You
absolutely
had
was.
injury? Yeah, sorry to hear, but also you had injuries or?
No, actually, I was raped. And and there wasn't, so basically at the time it happened in Oklahoma and I went to the sheriff's department to let them know I was leaving. And then I got to safety and I wrote my statement and they took the statement to the DA, the assistant DA, and they basically told me, I think the words were something to the effect of, I don't want to quote it and misquote it, but the words were, because you guys were married, you were his property, he could do with it, you whatever he wanted to.
Oh my God.
And I was like, oh, okay, so now I'm property. I didn't realize that we were, as Americans, in that state of mind. But then as I'm doing the work that I'm doing, I see it more and more often. It's like, oh, you're property.
Yeah.
In the South.
Yeah, that is so sad. And that is why, it's important actually to realize that there are boundaries for even spousal relationship. There is not that, you can, nobody is each other's property, no one.
No.
And other problem which I have heard and is that they don't have anybody to do examinations. So is that true?
So I didn't get an exam because again, he was my spouse. So there wasn't, they were like, well, how do we know that it wasn't consensual? Well, because by word should be enough and okie dokie then. But I don't know how the testing is now. There's probably not enough testing. Honestly.
Yeah, there's not enough testing, and that's also, sorry to bring back all those.
No, it's okay. This is what helps others. It's okay.
Okay, I didn't mean to do
No,
that.
it's truly okay.
Okay, so also like to know, do you think it was, the police or the DA wasn't so helpful, and I guess that explains why we do these kind of programs, to first of all to realize again and again that nobody is anyone's property, not even your pets. Okay, so they are not your property. You cannot abuse your pet either. So forget your spouse is human. So that's not even you can't even think. But that's how The problem is that's how the culture is. Okay, it's not specific to any religion, race, or anything. Unfortunately, it is cultural thing, in my opinion. Is that
I think so. Yeah, I think so. The culture down where we were in Oklahoma, it's very the boys' club. Are you familiar with that? Yeah, it's very like,
yeah, I
oh,
know.
wow. Yeah. So one of the abuser's close friends was the assistant DA and saw the name come through and is like, so it's just the good old boys' club. Is that what it's called? Yeah. And so a lot of the legalities happened that way in Oklahoma until I brought everything up to Illinois. And I was like, okay, buddy, now we're on my stomping grounds, So then things shifted and I was able to find a lawyer pro bono because they're out there and they want to help. So I found a lawyer pro bono that was helping me get my first PPO on the abuser. And that was amazing. And then when I moved to Michigan, I ended up with 2 more PPOs against the abuser. Those are personal protective orders for those.
Okay. Now I understand. Okay.
And so, yeah, it was thankfully in the North, they're a little bit more user friendly and they take your word for it. And they're trained more, I believe, in understanding the body language of the abused.
Okay, so then also I would like to know, do you, I think we mentioned a little bit about there are different regulations each state. So tell me a little bit more about, I know you went through this help with certain state or jurisdiction, they didn't have very friendly rules and we kind of believe in this age, we are talking about difference in these rules and regulations. So what was, you said North was helpful and then Oklahoma and South, and those were not so friendly on that?
Yeah, they just, again, being somebody's property and saying that to somebody who's just been abused and you're fleeing for your life, literally, like that was, I can smile about it now. And in a weird comical sense, it was just like, are you guys messing with me? Like, do we really live in the US and you're telling me I'm somebody's property? Like it was, it was mind blowing. That's why I don't think it's funny at all, but it was so far fetched that I was like, am I being punked right now? It was kind of my thought process because I couldn't grasp the seriousness of being told that I'm somebody's property, right? And so definitely Oklahoma was not user-friendly with that. And I have a number of Southern friends who have been in abusive situations as well. And they say similar things, but the North takes it much more seriously. They're much more like, we're gonna listen to her and we're gonna take her seriously and we're going to see if there's a pattern. And with my particular situation, there was a pattern and the pattern still continues. So
yeah, and that is, and I'm sure hopefully with awareness and with our a lot of people kind of complaining and also awareness, hopefully they change the rules, and I'm sure somebody will get benefit from our efforts. So we would like to, of course, help as many survivors on that. So raise the voice and kind of bring attention to all these topics, so important. So tell me a little bit about how is your life now? And I think we wanted to touch a little bit post traumatic experience or post abuse survival guide.
yeah, so life now is good. It's really great because through this situation that I was in, it took me quite a number of years to get into the personal development and understand why it's important. Because again, I didn't feel worthy of a better life. I was like, well, this is it. Like, I guess I'm just gonna live this life. And through the experience, I've found what I'm supposed to do. And that's help other domestic abuse survivors realize that they do have a life after surviving that can be healthy and that can be beneficial and that can be good and that can be uplifting and that can help other people as well. So, it was really a crappy situation that I was in and my children as well. But now, almost 10 years out of it, I can honestly say that I'm living a good life. And, doesn't mean that I'm comfortable in my house all the time because I know that nobody's going to show up. No. I mean, I have a Ring doorbell. there's security measures. I'm not going to live naively. The abuser has driven from Oklahoma up to Michigan twice unexpectedly, and has, just done some illegal things. So I'm not living in that peace every day, but I'm living a good life, and I'm able to serve other people through my trauma. So that's worth it all, really, to me.
Yeah, it's very important to stay safe, because that's true. I'm sure it is still a kind of a bad experience, and you have to look out for your safety. Those orders, of course, are. I'm glad, first of all, you're in better relationship. Assuming now you're happier, right?
Yes. Yes.
And that's also important to that all the survivors, there is a life after, and not everyone will be like that. So believe in relationships, and there's nothing wrong with the relationship. Problem is not relationship, but problem could be one person, or
Right. And
So-
it's really important for survivors to understand that you don't have to get out of an abusive relationship and then get into another relationship, right? As far as an intimate relationship, give yourself that time to heal. That is so, so important, because realistically, I'm not currently in an intimate relationship. I don't know if that's too much information or not, and that's because I want to continue allowing myself to heal, right? And I am in a relationship with myself, and I'm good with that. I want to be there. I don't want the complexities right now in life, right? My focus is helping others heal. So the complexities of having like a husband again is like, I'm just going to be in relationship with me and my children and my friends, and that's okay,
And that's okay. There's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Not everybody has to have, kind of, a picture perfect frame or something. You don't need to. Your relationship could be your kids, family, friends, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So just, but main thing is you should be happy, and you should gain self-confidence. You should believe in life again. You should enjoy things again, and those are more important.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes. Because then the intimate stuff and the things that you may think you want, they're actually going to fall into place, right? So when you have the self-respect, when you set the boundaries, when you're in relation with yourself, then everything else really does just fall into place.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, so we have reached almost the end of our discussion. So, any final tips you like to share with my audience?
Well, just that if you have been in a domestic abuse situation, or you know of somebody who has been in a domestic abuse situation, there is help. Do not give up on yourself, and you do not give up on the person who's been in the situation, because we fresh out feel very alone. Even though I had a great support system, I still felt very lonely, because the shame, the blame, and the guilt of being in that situation was really, really a heavy burden on my shoulders. But you can get out, you can live a complete life, you can live a happy life. So do not give up on yourself, and do not give up on the person who's freshly out of that situation.
Okay, well, thank you. And
Thank you.
we pray that you continue to enjoy your life and have great life. Take care.
Thank you so much. You too. Thank you.
Take care. Bye. Oh.
मैं साइमा नियाज़ लाइफस्टाइल टीवी चैनल पे आपकी खिदमत में एक शायर की कुछ लाइनें लेकर हाजिर हुई हूँ। शायर का नाम आपने बताना है। लिखते हैं, मिलने और बिछड़ने में देर कितनी लगती है, जीने और मरने में देर कितनी लगती है। तू अगर मिले कभी एक हसीन रात को गुजरने में देर कितनी लगती है। फूल से मुशाबत जिंदगी की खूबी है, खिलने और बिखरने में देर कितनी लगती है। दोस्तों की महफिल में शक सर उठाए तो दोस्ती बिगड़ने में देर कितनी लगती है। कोई अच्छी सी खुशबू, कोई अच्छा सा लिबास, बनने और संवरने में देर कितनी लगती है। बनने और संवरने में देर कितनी लगती है। रुक तो जाएगा कभी आंसुओं का मेला भी, वक्त के बदलने में देर कितनी लगती है। तुम अगर जो देखो तो मैं भी मुस्कुरा दूंगा, बर्फ के पिघलने में देर कितनी लगती है।
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to News and Views, and we have excellent guests today. As you can see, we have a lot of guests today joining one by one, and we are. Hi, everyone. Okay, well, let's start with Mr. King since he joined the first one. So just for everybody's basically info, Mr. King has been longest serving commissioner in DC, 33 years, and serve under each mayor, assistant for elderly affairs, also chair ward for the 5 Democratic Seniors COVID-19 Commission, member of National Organization Black Men for Biden. Wow, what a service! What a service!
Yes, and I see you've been joined by my colleague Caroline Petty. I see she's on.
Okay, yes. Hi, Caroline. How are you? And we have Shaba Shams and we have Dr. Arif with us. So we are gonna go one by one, all of them. And let's welcome Dr. Masood from Maryland. He's representing Maryland today. So Dr. Masood is by profession pediatrician and also very active in Democratic Party. He has really helped raise a lot of money for different candidates. So tell me a little bit about yourself, Dr. Masood, your political affiliations and so forth.
Well, yeah, coming from Karachi, I was involved in the political parties there. At my med school, like we had some student bodies. Then I came here, and then honestly, I was busy with my life, with my profession. 9/11 happened, so I had two choices: either stay in my house or be active. So I joined the volunteer board of the Montgomery County Consumer Protection Advisory Board and the Recreation Board. Slowly, I joined. I was president of Montgomery County Muslim Council. And I had a good rapport with all the county executive, county office, even with the governor. We worked on the governorship when Hogan won. And lately I've been involved with Brooke Lehman. She's for ombudsman, not ombudsman, comptroller of Maryland. And soon Kristen Holland also. But my thing is, I am an immigrant, I'm a Pakistani, but I would like to get involved. And I think it's a beautiful country, beautiful place to get involved with. I've been welcomed, honestly, very, very with open arms to come join the political process and be part of it. Like, I need to be productive to prove myself that I really love the country. I really want to be part of the system. So have been very active over since Mubashir knows me, but I think I'll stop here. And I'll pitch in as we move on.
Okay, and we have our guest today also, Caroline Petty. She's the chair of DC Statehood Committee for Ward 5 Democrats, longtime resident of DC, and has been active in DC statehood for 10 years. And that's one of the topics we're going to discuss today. So how are you doing, Caroline?
I'm doing very well.
Thank you for coming to our show.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
And we have Shaba Shams, my friend and a great speaker, as well as she does her show, and she's doing a phenomenal job in Florida, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I believe that I might be the only independent here.
Independent.
Thanks for having me. But I'm on your side. Don't worry about it.
I'm officially independent too, because
So
okay.
Thank you for having us, guys.
Okay. And we have Dr. Rauf Arif from Texas. So he's all the way from Texas. So that's a very unique. Today we have combination of all kind of views here. So Dr. Arif is actually teaching in the university right now in journalism, right?
That's right. Yep.
So, and he's been in, of course, doing journalism for many years, although he looks very young. So, right. is very well explained. So let's start with number one issue, and that is COVID right now. And I will just show what is the CDC data right now is basically showing for. So our data figures are from CDC basically. So as you can all see, look at this tracker, and cases are 25,780, and cases in last 30 days been uptick and then down. Total vaccines being 29.6, deaths 435. That's a big number. They're probably close to approaching 500,000 for sure. And then look at the various vaccination, and this is the vaccination map, and the darker blue means greater than 11,000, I believe. Yeah, that means greater than 11,000 shots. Looking at Virginia, we are, I guess, total distribution, as you can see, we're still behind, I guess. So let's focus first on this COVID. So tell me, what should be the administration policy, how to get it done? We all know they have to do it, but how to get it done?
Well, if I may just jump in it for a minute, you know that there's a $1.9 trillion bill that's been put forth by President Biden, and part of that, his goal in the first 100 days is to vaccinate 1 million folks in the first 100 days. So you do have an issue of supply and demand. And we have some serious problems in Washington, D.C. by those who might be disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 are not able to get the vaccine, or not able to get slots to get it, and not even able to set on the waiting list. So we got a lot of seniors in D.C. with a lot of pain, and then we have some seniors who don't want to get it. One example, I'm fortunate in my community, Sibley Hospital partnered with Johns Hopkins Hospital to go to 14 senior buildings in Washington, D.C. to actually go there to vaccinate those seniors. And I was checking the other day in terms of one of my buildings, I have about 126 units in terms of seniors who actually came downstairs. Well, it kind of disturbed me that many of the seniors in the building still in the state of fear, refuse to come down, even though we expanded the vaccine facility. One of the things that the president of that building had to do was to go 2 buildings over and sound the alarm and say somebody's actually over here to bring people over from the senior building. So we settled problems with, for example, in the white community in Washington, D.C., 70% of those the white community seniors sucked up all of the slots in the first week. So we had to go back and change things around by zip code to make sure those seniors who are in the and who are most at risk prior to those seniors for the vaccine. But we still have a problem with too many seniors in D.C. in fear of what happened way back in the Tuskegee days and back in the slavery days. It's just not feeling comfortable with neither one of the vaccines, and even though we got another one, hopefully we'll be approved in 2 or 3 weeks by Johnson. So I'll leave it like that.
Okay, thank you for Mr. King. So then let's go to Caroline. Caroline, what do you think we should do for? Or I think in this program we'd like to have suggestions and what we think government should do. That maybe somebody watching our show might get a good idea. So we are we'll give the numbers and then we'll come up with solutions. So where do you see, Caroline, what's the problem right now we are facing?
Well, I'm not a medical doctor or a medical professional by any means, but just as a lay person, as an ordinary resident, I would say that the couple of things. One is we absolutely need to be doubling down on our social distancing and kind of safe practices for avoiding transmission of the COVID. And if there's a question about that, there really shouldn't be. And likewise with the masks, we need to mask up at every opportunity when we're going to be around people walking on the streets, grocery shopping, that sort of thing. And thirdly, of course, is vaccinations. The vaccinations are just starting to roll out in the District of Columbia. We're experiencing a little bit of fits and starts and growing pains here and there. But when you get the opportunity to get a vaccination, by all means, get it.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is that by itself, vaccination will not be enough to end the pandemic. We still have to do our, safe practices, and that makes sense because vaccine takes time to act, and till that time, we need to have both strategies working side by side. And the other problem we are facing is we have these new virus mutant and that is going to spread too. So the vaccine could be somewhat effective, but not very effective. And the question is, can we catch up or give vaccination as fast as possible so we have benefit from it? So I hope it's not null and void type situation. So best, I think, like you said, both strategies should be there. We cannot just party after the vaccines. That's absolutely wrong. So what do you think, Sheba, is happening in your neighborhood? Are people taking it seriously, vaccination?
Before I get to the vaccination, first of all, I think this is the first time that we get together since the pre-election era. So I'm super happy to say we did it in a way.
Yeah.
And I must admit that since this whole thing was over, mainly January 20th, we can believe that we had to wait that late. I think coming back to a certain level of normalcy, whatever that means for us now, post-Trump tweets, post-chaos and drama. I mean, for the first time, I enjoy actually turning on TV with boring news. And I enjoy the fact that it's like, the news now is just politics. It's what the government needs to do. And to some extent, it might be a little bit boring. And it should be that way, right? Nobody looks for politicians to be entertainers or just inject in us this level of chaos and uncertainty. So I am so grateful that since January 20th, it seems like, like the tone has calmed down a little bit, and we're looking at an administration that seems to be a little bit kind of knowledgeable of what the heck they need to do, without that level of tension and chaos. Having said that, it doesn't mean that they're not going to make their own mistakes, but I bet you the mistakes will not have the drama that was so exhausting and exhaustive over the past 4 years. So I wanted to let that sentiment as an independent, non-biased, citizen, I wanted to share this feeling of I enjoy the current boredom sense of politics because it should be that way. And I go to bed not worried about what is the last minute, thing that can happen overnight. Back to your question, Dr. Moby, I think with COVID-19, we have to look into launching 2 campaigns at the same time, which actually the previous administration failed. We need really to continue the mitigation campaign and the vaccination campaign. And both are feasible when we have a system and structure. And it's interesting that I'm giving my feedback coming from a red state where the majority, there is a higher level of people resisting both campaigns that actually is well seen and perceived, in people not social distancing, people not wearing masks and so on and so forth. So I think the idea of what we need to work towards in the next few months, I would say weeks and months, is really try to increase the level of this campaigning through informing people awareness, cultivating awareness of people to get the buy-in we need to increase the buy-in in adopting both campaigns and reducing the resistance that, masking up or social distancing and even vaccination has become so political. So we need to figure out how to increase the buy-in and reduce the level of resistance, hopefully to get through this. And yeah, I totally agree with you with the alternation and the mutants, aspects of COVID and the virus. That is a huge question mark of what will leave us with that. But again, that means that we really need to still social distance, wear masks, wash hands, which unbelievable simple things to do. We are still singing this song for like almost a year now, about a year. So we're still singing the same rhythm for a year, and yet still people are not getting it until it's sometimes too late, even for them. As we heard testimonials of people dying or getting COVID, or because they didn't even believe that it was. So I think we have a lot more work to do, but awareness, try to increase one side or one activity or mindset and reduce the other one. I think that's probably the way we can go about to make it through the next year or two, maybe more.
Okay, thank you for those comments. And we were talking about, that's true. This is the first show after election.
Yeah.
So a lot of things happened. Dr. Masood pointed out to some of the activities near inauguration. Dr. Masood, you were going to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. But because before I go there, let me talk about the vaccine. The third one coming from Johnson and Johnson. Maybe next week they will give it emergency EUA, emergency use authorization. But the good thing is, all of them have protection. So if we give it at a fast rate, we will protect our whole country, everybody, and then the variant will have less chance of coming in. Even the good news is that these vaccines, this one-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine, has a 57% efficacy. But the good thing is that it will save you from severe disease. God forbid, nobody who got that vaccine will have to go to the hospital or need a ventilator. So imagine if it's a slight cough and cold and a slight fatigue, body aches, you can stay home. H1N1, like H1N1, I myself quarantined myself in my bedroom for 1 week when I got H1N1 way back in 2015. So the thing is, the vaccines are here. God willing, all of us will get it, and we are going in the right direction. Yes, distribution is difficult. If they give it to the clinics who have the roster for patients, we will just beam it to them, text it to them, to come on, get it. That will make it much easier. Like we are pediatricians, we give shot. That's the bread and butter. So give it to us, and we'll let everybody, we'll even let the parents, the grandparents, everybody come in, have flu clinic, the shot clinic separately. So if they will find whatever they want to do, they are available. And now coming back to what happened on January 6th, God forbid it happens again, but the only problem is that a crime was committed and people went inside the Capitol, came out and went home, drove all the way to the other part of the country. This is unheard of. This is something that has never happened. Nobody imagined it. A lot of lawmakers were at risk, and some of them were threatened, some of them were hiding, all those things. And then we have cries or appeals of reconciliation. Let's move on. Let's forget everything. Okay, everybody wants to move on. Everybody wants to have a good life, live the same old USA that we have experienced for the last 25 years. But a law was broken. A law was broken, and somebody has to be held accountable. So going forward, we should be very strongly supporting that whatever crime was committed, people who ever did it should be held accountable so that we move on and nobody else tries to do it again. First of all.
Okay, well, thank you for those comments. So, Dr. Arif, so if you give us your take, how things are in Texas, and are people taking finally seriously vaccination?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mobby, for having me on this show. So there are a couple of things that I think I would like to highlight about Texas perspective. As we all know, this Lone Star State is much bigger in size, and it is also like politically is becoming much more interesting and complex. It used to be straightforward Republican state, right? Things had already started changing for last couple of years. It's been 4 years that I have been living in this state, and I also observed many changes. For example, those bigger cities, Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, they are pretty much blue, and they have highest concentration of diversity of views and immigrants. And part of the reason, like, these corporations who are bringing in more educated people there, their views are becoming more and more, I would say, like, little bit more open-ended, blue and stuff. But if we go to some other parts of Texas, such as West Texas, or like some other like less densely populated area, or where the agriculture and oil is a big thing, then things are like very much red. And why it has to be taken into context while we are talking about vaccination and vaccination campaigns, because we know the country has been very much divided, unfortunately, right? Even for those things, they should be commonsensical. Like, we all have the right to live, we all have the right to get better healthcare, and we all need to survive, right? And we all need to fight COVID-19. But all of these debates, they also get divided, like between Republican and Democratic stuff over here in Texas. Now, vaccination is happening in this state. As I said, like, if we go to those urban areas where there is more blue map in those areas, you would see like really less resistance, and people are actually lining up to get vaccinated. But if you go to some other areas, like where I said, like where the oil money is, agriculture is, less densely populated area, things are difficult. People are still buying into all those conspiracy theories, and those anti-vaxxers have more kind of like a softer corner for them over there. So this is just a generalized situation. What should be done, Dr. Mobby, you asked. My layman approach, what I am seeing over here, at least in the state of Texas, the way the vaccine had started unfolding in this area, like in the beginning, it was like through PCPs, like primary care physicians. And even though that's a great thing, like those physicians were making judgments and were making sure, like, people who have underlying conditions and stuff, they get it primarily. But there are challenges. There are so many people, like, for example, illegal immigrants, right? They don't even have PCPs, right? We have to take these things into consideration. We are not, everyone is human being, first of all, when it comes to disease. Disease does not care whether you have a passport, you have a green card, or you are alien, so to speak. Hopefully, President Biden is going to change the name from alien to non-citizens, right? So, okay, so the problem is PCPs won't be able to cater to the needs of those people who are not even going to doctors, or they cannot even afford to go to a PCP. So first of all, we have to figure it out how to give vaccine to everyone across the board. And I'm speaking at least for the state of Texas, because US is so big, it has like so much more challenges. Like, for example, as Robert King said, like, DC challenges are different, and I'm very much unaware of those challenges, right? Because I don't know, like, the overall population dynamic and stuff over there. So second, I believe when we say like corporate America is a problem, I say like corporate America at the same time is a solution. So for example, if Amazon and Walmart are coming forward and they are telling us like, hey, we are there to help you disseminate your vaccine. Let's come into terms with these big corporations who have already established units throughout this country, and let's try to benefit from it, because these are unusual, special circumstances that we should be doing. Third, I believe that we need to, our governments and our systems, whosoever are the policy makers are going to implement these decisions, I believe they should establish mobile clinics, like those mobile networks where those clinics can go to those far-flung areas and disseminate the vaccine in those areas, right? And there should be less paperwork, particularly asking questions like those, like where do you live, whether you are a legal citizen, or rather issue some sort of like card, passport, whatever you call it, that we can verify that this person actually has been vaccinated. So and then since I am a media and communication person, and one of you talked about campaigns, right? So it did excite me. Like government needs to also initiate a campaign, because there are two kinds of people. One kind of people in the United States, they're anti-vaxxers. I don't know whether we will be able to change their mind or not, right? However, there are other people who are just apprehensive about it. They're afraid. They don't know whether these are different reactions they might get through. I mean, we need to launch those campaigns, and we need to tell them, by the way, for example, we get flu vaccines every year, and flu vaccines does have their reactions, right, in some people. But we are no longer afraid because it's just there. So we need to launch some campaigns to overcome those apprehensions and fears that people might have in their mind. So these are those couple of things that I would think from a layman's perspective. And as Dr. Moby, your show, basically, just like this, these kind of open discussion platforms need to take place more and more, so that like people can speak their heart out, they can discuss their apprehensions and problems, and we can get the expert opinion. As right now, Dr. Anwar Masood and Dr. Moby, you both are experts in the field. And then we can learn, educate ourselves from you, and move forward from there. So these are just my 2 cents here in this program, talking about at least the vaccine perspective.
Okay, well, that is very thorough, very nice. And that's definitely, I talked to Mr. King and others to love to do these kind of shows more, because I feel that this is our duty to guide the new administration. I think it's better if we give a solution and we help them. So, because we are actually volunteering for vaccinations, as well as posting our pictures, but also encouraging. Education is number one thing. That's true. There will be people who will never go for shot. There are which have a second doubt about it, or they have inadequate information. Unfortunately, most of the information, bad press gets a lot of press. Good press like us, when we try to give facts, they somehow they don't travel that fast. I don't know. I always find it very, very difficult to understand that, the good things you want to educate people, you want to tell, they somehow that is suppressed, and the only way. So look at the side effect of the vaccines. It's only like really very minimal per millions, and then all of a sudden you get that press, oh, there's a reaction happening. Okay, well, look at the context of that reaction. It's in 1 in million, something like that. I mean, it's really low, and that's pretty safe vaccine. So but somehow the press was focused on only those 1 or 2 cases. That is very amazing. I think this is what is called journalism, right, Doctor? So, Mr. King, do you see in DC? I think we had earlier conversation, and you said when the vaccines opened up, there was kind of not a proper planning to distribute, and some of those minorities were left out on vaccination. Hey, sorry, let's unmute you. Go ahead, Mr. King.
And they still continue to be left out. One of the things that I did when I went to get my shot on a couple of weeks ago, and I challenged everybody on this panel. You know, I chair the Ward 5 Dems Senior COVID-19 Commission. So when I went and got my shot, I had on my Biden's T-shirt, Biden mask, Biden hat, and actually took a picture of actually getting the vaccine. And I sent that, put it on YouTube, or put it on Facebook. I sent that to Lottie Dottie and everybody. And I got a lot of folks call back and said, Bob, you got the vaccine? I'm going to go get it. Because I represent a lot of seniors as the longest serving elected official in DC, both as an ANC and as an elected person. So I thought that one of the ways that I could contribute is actually had the nurse, when I go back and get my second shot on February 8th, I'm going to take a picture with the nurse actually giving me the vaccine. I'm going to take that same picture and to continue to encourage, because we still got 37% of the Black population who say they're not going to take it. We got 75% of the people who are wearing masks, and then we got 24% of the people who say they're not going to wear masks. So the vaccine, mask, socially distances, and then we said in order to make this effective, the goal is to try to inoculate some 80 million folks. So, you know, when during the Trump's administration, we set a goal to do 20 million. When he left office, it was only 40 million. And then we have a supply and demand issue. And like I said, in DC, it's really been an awful situation. The campaign is very important to us. You know, we need our doctors. We need our Black basketball players, Black football players. You know, I saw the mayor the other day. She was taking the vaccine even with her eyes closed because she was scared of the needle. But at least she was out there. So we need all of our leaders, our city council members. Hopefully Caroline Petty is going to join me next week and get her shot, because she represents a lot of people. And that's we find one, teach one, find one, teach one. And that's what we're going to have to do.
Okay. So Caroline, you have to unmute yourself. Caroline, you have to unmute.
I was just saying to Bob that I'm not eligible yet.
Oh, you're not.
I'm just a young spring chicken.
Oh, okay.
Same here.
Okay. So what is the good news? Like feeling you're young chicken or not getting shot?
Yeah, my husband asks me that fairly frequently.
Okay. So.
I think just a comment about I think this Dr. Arif's what he was saying earlier about communications and people being afraid and apprehensive about taking it. I think it was a real mistake, or maybe it was on purpose for the Trump folks to refer to this vaccine effort as a warp speed effort. Because warp speed, you know, in the context of something you inject into your bloodstream, really wrong and sad messaging. I hope we can kind of put that behind us.
Yeah, that is true. You know, I hope. So it's important point is, you know, Mr. King said, and when he talked to me, and I was kind of looking at that, you know, the biggest risk factors are actually minorities of complication. So if they are not getting vaccines, and when the vaccination starts, the other people get advantage, or somehow they cross the lines, and then those are left behind. I mean, that's sad, because, you know, it means that minorities still will unfortunately have complications. The one way it looks like, you know, somebody was just trying to say to the system that no, vaccines are nothing, but as soon as the vaccination starts, they are first in line. So I mean, that is sad if it's true, you know. So I don't know, you know, how true is that, but that's what appears, the information I'm getting so far. But whatever it is, we really need to help get the word out and, you know, get everybody vaccinated. I mean, no matter what. So let's talk a little bit about, you know, these money which Biden has, or they're considering the bill. So any thoughts on what should be the message? It should be everybody individual getting money or businesses, because this is a tricky question.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is a great step. When Biden like 1.9 trillion, and I think then I believe now they're going alone if the Republicans are not helping them in passing the vote, they'll go alone and pass the bill. That's a good thing, because the second wave is